Oh yeah! Y'all know what time it is. It's that Hot Mic 40. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Big shout out to Talk of the City, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. William Torres. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man. Bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Decibels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, my man, Eli Monster in the house. Yo, Green Team, I see you, fam. Yo, Manny, what up, fam? Yo, the insane Honey Badgers in the house. What up, fam? Yo, nephew, my man, Mr. Deary Gibbons in the house. What up, Gibby? Big shout out to my man 517 SEK in the house. What up, fam? Milltown Kennels in the house. What up, fam? What up? Hold up. Right up, everybody. Hold on. Let me get over there. Let me get there. Hold up. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I don't have no camera. This is why. What's up, everybody? What is up? Today is Hot Mic Friday. I want to thank everybody for showing up, hanging out. Let me get my camera right here. Yeah. Just been doing some running around. Kind of loud in there. Just want to make sure my mic ain't too loud. Hold on. She might be. I don't want no cracking and popping going on. But then again, you know what Mo said on. You can barely hear what he be saying. Let me do it like this. I'm gonna come down on it a little bit. I did all this beforehand, but you know, I just had to just jump in and do everything last minute. Let me see. Look like I'm froze. Am I froze? Hold on, let me check. Yeah. If y'all can still hear me, look like I'm froze. Hang in there 1 second. Take care of that real quick here. Usually be like that when you're starting out. All right, fellas, sorry about that. Usually be like that when you're starting out, last minute things. You know what I'm saying? Everything don't not want to act right night. Nothing. Hey, but I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Hey, look, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. I want to give a big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. What up, fam? Let me get some other names. I don't want to make sure I forget anybody before I get started. My man, Mr. Derek Lockett, I see you, fam. What up? Before I get started tonight, I want to get this, take care of something that is real dear to me. And I always come back out to my community, because I treat y'all just like y'all part of my family. Believe it or not, and I got a big family. But today, we had another loss in our family. It was my niece's daughter, and you know how this is a kid that's special. Let me put her up here right quick. Tell y'all a little something about this little kid right here that I hold so dearly. This is Faith. Faith died today. And it was a real bad, it just came out of nowhere. Now, as you can see, Faith was a disabled child. They said this kid wouldn't make it to 5 years. Well, guess what? She actually made it to 5 years. But she passed today. One of the most lovingest, she had the perfect name. I always say God works in mysterious ways. Because this kid, first of all, wasn't even supposed to be alive, but look at her. And for everybody who came in touch with her, and if you follow her story, just look under Ashley Marsh. This is my niece. Ashley Marsh, that's my niece. She knew prior to having her that something went wrong. But my niece refused to give up on this kid. And when this kid came into the world, she changed so many people's lives because of that thing, what you see on her face. That big, pretty smile. That smile meant a whole lot to a lot of people because she grew, them 5 years, she was this kid right here. Through all the trouble she had. She had tubes, feeding tubes, and everything. But this little kid right here, you would always, when she come in the room, from the bus driver to her teacher, to all the people who knew this kid, this was a very, she had, like I said, she had a perfect name because she was special. But she passed today, unexpectedly. You know, these things I always say, when God do certain things, he do it for a reason. And sometimes he tests, you know, your ability to, and your faith. And I always look at her because I always thought she was a blessing from day one. From day one, I knew it. I knew she was going to touch a lot of hearts, which she did. So I want y'all to just, you know, pray for the family. Give my niece strength, because there's nothing like losing a child, especially one that was so special. But you know how I look to the community to give them shots out. And she has a GoFundMe page. And you can go back, like I said, go into Ashley Marsh, and she has like a document, you know, she always, that's what she did. She spent time, and she bought this little young blessed young lady to Facebook. And it was just something that was unexpected, and it, you know, it touched the community, and I just wanted to share that with y'all. So if you want to go see something, you know, donate to something, I think this would be a great cause, simply because of faith was like a blessing from heaven, and she touched a lot of people. And if you want a story, you know, you just want to just go to her videos and watch this little girl grow up, you will see what I mean and why she's so special. So I wanted to get that out the way, and I'm looking forward to y'all to be, you know, if nothing, drop by and just share your condolences. Cool? Cool. You know what I'm saying? So anything that you give is always going to be appreciated, regardless of what it is. But I wanted to share that story with you because, you know, this child was a very special kid. You know, and I hold it dear to my heart because one of my sisters was had that cerebral palsy, and she is still living to this day. Hey, Sharon, you know what I'm saying? And she made it this far. And she's 60, I think Sharon turned 61. And these were, you know, growing up with a sister like that and sharing her from the little kid to being grown and still being, you know, being able to improve and so much better, where she just almost lives a normal life. You know, that's the kind of inspiration faith gave grown people, you know, people who just, you know, when you think everything is going fine or you think things are going bad, you got this little kid that would just brighten up the room with this big, pretty smile. Wouldn't say much, but she would smile at you. And she didn't like you, she knew how to frown too. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always said something about that kid. I would always judge people by how Faith acted. You know what I mean? Because she was always a smiling kid. But when somebody came around and wanted, you know, just, you know, wanted to see her or, you know, see her on Facebook and stuff, and she would have this frown, and I would be like, better watch that person. You know what I mean? And 9 times out of 10, man, you know what I mean? I'm always looking at it. Don't give me no reason to start looking at her and be like judging folks, because she had just had a good heart, man. So, other thing, while we're on here, we come in to talk to these bulldogs. Now, you know, I follow Facebook not much because I be off in other things. And one of them things outside of business that I deal with is research. You know, I always try to keep my mind, you know, before I dive in and see the things that's going on Facebook or social media. I generally just go and just pull out one of my books and I just read things of the past. Just like to fresh my memory, you know, or even add new things to it. Because Facebook and these platforms, I don't know everybody who was ever in the game, and you never really get a chance to know everybody, but when you know you were there even talking about in conversations, you're somebody. It might be in somebody that not everybody knows it was in a certain area, but it was behind some good things that happened in this game. So kind of puts it to where there's certain levels, even on that situation, there's some certain levels to the game when it comes down to Bulldog men and the Bulldogs. How we grade these Bulldogs in the past compared to the way we do them now. In the past, what made a American Pit Bull Terrier great? That always set for good conversation. I'm only speak on that because, we've been around a lot of dog men. We've been at a lot of barbecues, man, a lot of them. And I always wanted to know why, first of all, what's the best dog you ever seen? What's the best dog you ever had? But then you start throwing around, well, what's the greatest pit bull in your opinion? That's the thing right there, that word, your opinion. What do you perceive to be a great bulldog? And that one question really sets them in because you kind of know you get a different answer depending on the experience of the dog man that you're talking to. And that's what's set for the good conversation, because depending on the dog man you're talking to, and you say what made that dog great, they would literally spit out a history and have you stand up there. Yeah. But then you will have the ones out there that will hear that same conversation and say, well, I heard, or so-and-so said. Well, and then somebody going to come back and co-sign that. Yeah, it came down through the grapevine, like it's been running around, and now you know how stories is. Once they start running around, it's done changed so many times. But in the same token, that's in a person's opinion of what they feel is great. What makes up great in your mind? What makes a great bulldog? Is it does a camp make a dog great, or does a dog make the camp great? What makes a great camp? How many dogs you have that do what they do? Whether it's for me, what I consider a great American Pit Bull Terrier is one that has accolades off the jump. Take one for instance, like Grand Champion Boss Man, Grand Champion Queen of Hearts. Let me see. Grand Champion Barracuda. These are dogs that I've seen. When you see these dogs, it's something, when you see these type of dogs, it's something that makes them different than other dogs. Now, speaking from historical purpose and educational purposes only, it's a different story. We can't go back and talk about Centipede and them dogs back in Tudor days. All we can do is actually take history and look at the accomplishments and take the story to be if Centipede won, I think, 14? You look back in the day, that's generally when everything was starting, so I wouldn't think that would be impossible if the dog was that kind of dog. We still talk about the dog to this day. A lot of the dogs that we have today come down off of that dog. So that would, to me, would justify saying that dog would be considered a great dog. Okay? Average dog man don't know about that dog. Unless you are into these dogs to where, I always looked at it like the more you knew, and even today, you never stop learning when it comes down to these dogs. It's never a time that when you stop learning that, you really think that you got this thing down pat. I always felt like the more you learn, the more you're going to find out something, and maybe nobody else is paying attention to it, but it becomes something that you take in and you use as your reference. Because most of the time, only time we're going to be talking about it is because it's going to be worthy of talking about. So after a while, all these years, we can still hear dogs like Bully Son and Eli Jr. and Eli and Jeep and Red Boy and Jocko. And I mean, that this can go on, but why? Was Jeep a great dog? What made Jeep a great dog? The long match with Homer. But never hear nobody talk about the other three. Actually, if you really had people talking about the other three, not too many people liked the Jeep. A lot of people say if Homer had been in better condition and hadn't been a shoe-in, a last-minute change-up, it might have been a different outcome. But it turned out to be a great match. But did that match make Jeep great? Well, other dogmen who were around that time who seen Jeep, they always had a reason to say Charlie was better than Jeep. So did Jeep's competitive career make him great? No. I don't believe so. Because they always had that one question mark. If Angus had showed up, what would have happened? I think it was Angus. If I'm correct, I think it was Angus. But would we have the same outcome? Well, maybe, I don't know. Because we look at Angus, and Angus was known as a champion killer. Do we call Angus a great dog? Of course we call him a great dog. But don't you think Angus and Jeep are great based on two different things? I think so. Because Jeep greatness came through his breeding. His ability to be able to produce. We don't hear much about Angus. You know what I mean? We don't hear much about Angus. But we can truly say Angus was a great dog. How could he not be? When it came being his competitive ability. So, from the dogman standpoint and having a conversation, is it fair, or do we have to find the ultimate pit bull, the ultimate one who could not only produce, but was a very competitive, known as just a stone killer? I mean, just that ultimate competitive bulldog. Is there one bulldog that we can say in history and call him great without being one or the other? Yeah, we had a lot of them out there. And for me, that's what shortens this list when we start talking about great dogs. Now, this is my opinion, so don't nobody be offended. I have the right to feel the way I want to feel about that situation. And that's like if you were to ask me, just tell me, well, what make them great? Because they was able to do what they do in the box and be able to actually produce what they do when it came to producing. That's a great dog to me. And I would ride a great dog's coattail as long as I could possibly imagine. As long as we were doing what we were doing, I'm telling you, we always tried to stay close to that concept, man. That concept might not work for everybody. So then maybe everybody else was just trying to create that. But when you're dealing with greatness, you know, and I always talk shit, you know, many people hate me to talk that shit, you know, even though I'm a Buccaneer fan. But prior to me, I used to live here in Florida, ride high with the Bucks. But my favorite my favorite football player at the time, you know, and they call me a bandwagon jumper because my favorite team was the New England Patriots, which is crazy. You know, you live in Tampa. Well, there's people in Tampa that like Green Bay and Minnesota and everybody else. So I rode high dealing with them, and then the sports guys gave me a blessing because then they bought him here, and now I get to freely wear my Buck jersey proudly without being a bandwagon man. You know what I'm saying? I'm wearing my shit proudly because he came to Tampa and won the Super Bowl, and guess what? That's just one of them things that I would say just what greatness does. That's greatness. I know I got my haters out there, but check this out. You can hate it all you want, but you just can't change the facts. And the fact is he wears 7 rings. You know what I'm saying? Just let that go. We can always go back and forth. Just the same thing we do with these dogs. We can always go back and forth. But one thing you can't change when it comes to greatness, you can't change their achievements. You know, a lot of people might hate Floyd Mayweather. Okay. He didn't fight nobody. Okay. Well, regardless of how that situation goes and whatever the situation is, you know, 50-0, and I'm boxing people, don't get me wrong. I don't know records that well, but I know he was undefeated. I know he whooped a lot of behind. But does that make him the greatest boxer of all times? From my era, being, you know, not a true boxing entrepreneur, but love boxing and the UFC type of thing, these are competitive sports. What made some of these competitive sports figures stand out over everybody else? First of all, it had to be their accomplishments. They have to be doing something better than everybody else. You know, people say Muhammad Ali was the greatest. But if you look at it from a boxer's standpoint, yeah, is he the greatest to me? No. He's the greatest boxer of all time for me because of his popularity and the changes he brought to boxing. You know, and he could box because he was in there. Remember what competitive nature looks like? Competitive nature is like when he got in there with Joe Frazier the first time, and then Ron Lau, and then Larry Holmes, even though he fought Larry when he was at his older age. But then look about Sonny Liston. I mean, there's the people that this man was able to beat up on. But did his greatness come from boxing? I would think it had a lot to do with that, but his popularity became more evident as a great Muhammad Ali all over the world based on his stance. Now, get out of here. Get. I always want to say on, but that's what sets greatness apart as far as when I look at, yeah, he's the greatest, but he's the greatest in a different way. Yeah, Floyd's the greatest, but nah, he's the greatest in a certain type of way because of the now. But if you had I mean, I look at it, if Floyd was back in them days, you know, at some of them weight classes with some of them people like Aaron Pryor and them kind of boys, man, it just wasn't, I just don't see such an easy cakewalk. So the greatness changed with time. So I lived in a certain time that where I look at other things, I don't see that part of the greatness because of I've seen greater. That's all. But that leads to different conversations with those same attributes happen with these dogs. It's just totally air changing, because I can speak on the Barracudas and the Maydays, because my advantage is I don't need nobody to tell me about these dogs. I can tell you about my experience and what I've seen out of these dogs. I'm not reading out of a book. I'm just based off of what I've seen for myself. When I call them great dogs, yeah, I would call them great match dogs. And then I couldn't help but to call them great producing dogs. So for me, my argument would be they're great match dogs and they were great producers. These are great bulldogs. Now, so there are people that will argue that fact. There are. There's people that be like, well, he dodged and dipped and dodged and all that. When people use them certain things as excuses, me being out there in that, that fast lane that move real fast. And we move, in and out and meet and see and talk to a lot of different dog men. Seen a lot of different dogs. Seen what hell a great dog look like as far as being a competitive dog. On that level. But when you turn around and you produce, that's where I put that. Now that's a great dog. All around. You have great dogs that were competitive, but remember that levels of shit I be talking about? It's just certain levels. Now, you can't generally always blame it on the dog. Sometimes it's just a matter of who has the dog. Some people, Chico's, he's been in this world over here, but look where his success comes from. Because he pumps up the dog. He pumps up himself. He's a salesman. He always have been a salesman. So you can't really hate on him for being who he is. And if he calls himself the greatest dogman of all times, the best to ever do it, some can argue that point. I can truly say he's good at what he's doing over there, because he was really shitty over here. Because over here you got to make up stores. You got, to do them makeups and cheating to try to achieve something that became so much easier doing what you really been doing all your life, and that's selling things. So I would, I take my hat off to him because he was able to do that. But as far as the greatest dogman of all times, it is no way possible from my end. That's just a different situation over there. Over here, that don't work. That don't fall into that conversation. And maybe that's that part of life that he left behind. Then you leave that part behind. But that don't make you the greatest dog man of all times. No, it's nowhere close. Because I still haven't seen the greatest dog, a dog that he ever had that I would call, put in that great category. Not even mantra, but trust that. That's another, for me, made up situation. But again, because of who has the dog, and it was done somehow, some type of way. But do we call him great? Can't tell you he was a great match dog. Because, that was always up for conversation. And I give all credits to my mans and them down with Super Kennels because they are behind a lot of the movements with production part of Macho Buck, but that dog is nowhere near the type of dog that I would even put in a great category because there's too many asterisks attached to it. And when you put his name on it, that's why all and everything he did, because of the cheating and the other shit that he pulled, and the lying and the controversies. That's why it didn't work over here, and it paid off for him over there. But when we're talking about these American Pit Bull Terriers from the past, and let's take off some of the storytelling, because there's a lot of men out here who seen what great dogs look like. And when I say seeing what they look like, that means they're able to see their work and watch them produce and be ready to take on that conversation of why they feel that dog right there was considered great. And see, I watch a lot of comments, a lot of conversations, and a lot of different people's opinions when it comes to these type of things. And I never was one that jumped in and put somebody down based on conversation. Because when you come in and you're trying to have a conversation with somebody who knows, you're going to have a good conversation if you know what they know. And basically, I always felt like if somebody was there at the Jeep and Homer shits and they tell me, twin, they did a lot of laying around, and I know they was there, and they felt a certain type of way, and then not prior to that, had seen another one of his fights and didn't think much of him. Remember, I knew the bishops, because they had a lot to do with setting up the Angus situation when it all fell through because of whatever they said, what happened, because you already know that story. But you have to understand where I'm coming from when I'm saying, history says this is what it is. But what really did make Jeep great is ability to produce compared to what he did in the box. Because what he did in the box, he was a 4-time winner, and he went over 3 hours and something minutes. Now, that's a great dog because of what he did producing. Can we say the same over here in the box? I don't think he was that great in the box. He was able to win, but I really believe if Homer had been right, I truly believe, and if you go back and you do your research and look what Homer was doing compared to what Jeep was doing, Homer could have been a better dog if the situation wasn't the way it was, and still went 3-something plus hours. That could have showed what kind of dog Homer really was. That's where I'm going on with that point, because that's an arguing point. Some people stand 10 toes down on that Jeep situation, but the reality of it is we can't go back and change what had something that had already been done. We can have our opinion on it, but it ain't nothing that we can sit up there and solidify, because Angus didn't go into Jeep. Yeah, he did go 3 hours with Homer, but let's keep it real. He wasn't a great dog like I say Grand Champion Buck was a great dog. Like I said, Angus was a great dog. I mean, there's a lot of great dogs who was able to be competitive over here and still be able to produce. Those are the dogs we talk about. And you know, you have pockets of great dogs all over this country. This game was not just in pockets in certain areas. It's because of those areas of those pockets, when they all started talking about the same thing, that's what made it nationwide. So when you start handing out them great titles and all those things, I always feel like some dogs really deserve it, and it should be handed out in a manner that if you don't know what you're talking about, at least listen. Sometimes it pays not to just talk about what you heard, because sometimes what you heard don't necessarily be the real truth, and you probably heard it from somebody who just as green as you are. Who, you know, for me to understand what greatness looked like, you have to either have it, a chance to have it between your legs, or own it, or actually be there and see it for yourself. And I'm talking about seeing, you know, a couple times, you know, where you are convinced this is what greatness looks like. I think I seen Quinn one time, but I got a chance to see what greatness looked like. And that, to me, was a great dog. But because Abrahams weren't breeders, I guarantee you that for the little breedings they did, we still talk about the queen. We still talking about matching shit up with her. Because they knew what they had, and I think they knew how to do with, because they were such great dog men. And keep that thought in mind. Remember, I always said they never considered themselves as breeders, but they were really great dog men because they knew what they were doing. Even down in the breeding program. Didn't want a whole bunch of people to be out there running around with their shit either. No different than what we was. Where do you think we got it from? You try to do what you see the greats doing, or the people that you look up to, the people that's putting you on and giving you the insight. Why would they give you the insight if you weren't paying attention to what they're actually doing? Because they were always able to present and show good, great dogs. And it's a lot of dog men who had that ability to do it. I'm just not a fan of having an argument just to make it like it's something to argue about. Because you can argue about the sky being blue. But some of the arguments, when it comes down to these things, people have to understand and respect other people's opinions based on their own experiences, based on what they know. And sometimes what they know might not be the right thing. But you take off all the things that might not be right and just go back to what really matters. Let's talk about the thing that you can't go back there and change. What about back there that you can't change? And that's history. Because it's already been done. It's, it is the fact of the matter. Jeep, damn it, 1-4. Jeep was a game ass dog. Can't deny that. We ain't talking about Jeep in his mouth. We ain't talking about Jeep and his ability. We just basically talking about he's a 4-time winning champion who could produce and kept on producing. And I don't know if Frisco took over the title. I don't know how they do the producing points and shit now, but he's still a very, very popular dog that you would want to have something like that in there. But conversation-wise, are you trolling? Would you be trolling people if every time that somebody said, I think so-and-so was a great dog, that's their opinion, and then all of a sudden we have an argument? I mean, when I'm talking about arguments, I mean, there's always good with the back and forth. But generally, when you're doing back and forth with real dog man, they're going to come back and they're going to tell their experience. And see, that's what I was around, because I was around back in the day to where people were still living who were at the Jeep and Homer fight. You know, so they're just basically saying, you know, the damn dog's full of sleep. Oh, I mean, ain't got to read a book, ain't got to hear somebody else telling the story. Just let somebody who was actually there. All right. And if they felt like that, who am I to bash them? Because they're only based off of what they see. So if they don't feel like, no, he wasn't really all that great of a match dog, but one damn thing for sure, he could produce. I respect that. But just because he wasn't a great dog over here and he was a great producer, you know, does that make him what I consider the great Jeep? No. He was a great damn dog as far as producing. That's as far as I can show that love, simply because of that's really what he was known for. In the Homer situation, the Homer situation, you know, it just, the dog had to been right. I think he would have took him out based on the things that was wrong with Jeep. Homer was the dog to beat him. Angus really was the dog, because Angus was one they was calling the champion killer. But still, giving Homer his due, just due, to be there 3 hours, even those type of situations, yeah. You know, can't change that. That's a historical situation. But how do we determine what's great when it comes to these bulldogs? I think is an individual way a different dog man perceives what they believe is a great dog. And I don't know. I don't know how some of y'all feel about that, because it's one of them things to where a lot of dog man, you know, gonna always have a different opinion about these dogs. So when we want to know, and with all the dogs out there, you would just say, who is the greatest American Pit Bull Terrier of all times? That would be one hell of a conversation, simply because there are people who know the history of this game in and out.
Okay.
Well, I'll let you tell that story. But there's a lot of dog men who can come and tell you what they consider the greatest dog of all times, and give you a reason why. And then most of the time, they probably even seen that dog. You know, I kind of felt like that about Mayday. Never had any inkling that he would turn out to be the great Mayday. But he was that dog that, you know, you just knew, I got to have some of that right there. And that's not without even looking at papers. That's just looking at the dog and just like, damn. That's something to start with. Most of the great dog men never know that they're going to be in those type of situations. I just don't believe it's something that we perceive. I think it's just things that just happen. Like Rosterman and Grand Champion Shady Lady. We can still talk about her. We can talk about her to say she was one of them greats. Who was that one that Ricky Jones and them had down there?
That was Shady Lady.
That was Shady Lady.
Right.
Nope.
Rosterman had
Lady Stone.
Yeah.
Rosterman had Lady Stone, and then Rebel had Shady Lady. All right, back on.
Kennels.
Rebel Kennels. That's what Rosterman had. Which one?
Rosterman had Lady Stone.
Rosterman had Lady Stone and Shady Lady. Rebel.
Kennels had Shady.
Shady Lady. Those are two dogs. Two, to me, great dogs. Their history shows for itself. But wouldn't it just be a person who lived in that time frame, knew both the dogs? Both history states, this is after the fact, that these are two great dogs. But these two great dogs never ran into each other. Like, again, it's one of them things that you wish could and would have happened. But does that take away from the fact that as individual dogs, they were great dogs in the box? Because we don't hear nothing about them in their breeding program. So that's one of them things that when you talk about the greatest, does that part have to be included? I'm just wondering. My opinion, when I talk about the greatest, I'm thinking it's going to be both. Great in the box and they was able to produce yourself. Those are the ones of, let's get a list of those first. Because there's a lot of great ones that we're going to put out to the side because they're going to be great based off of two different situations. I think the greatest should be contained in who was the greatest that could do them both and was successful at it. Just my opinion. Don't nobody get mad. I'm just saying. Because history shows either or, but it's going to come down to the fact. And the fact is, you wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't worthy of being talked about. When you, Mo.
What up, everybody? It's hot in here, man. Woo. Let me take this jacket off. Hot. What up, everybody? While y'all sitting here talking about the greatest dog, I like to see some of their responses. And good responses. Because greatest in what? You can be a great breeder, a bred dog, to produce some great dogs, or you can be the greatest match dog, but all around dog with me, I would still have to say, if I was picking and choosing, got to be a match dog. It's got to be a good producing match dog. It had to fall in that category for me. And y'all know y'all gonna call me a Mayday fan. I ain't no Mayday fan like that. I just, facts to the board. If you can match my facts, then you can take my position. That's all I say. But I think Grand Champion Yellow, because he did produce Mayday. Yeah. And Mayday produced a lot of great dogs. And he did produce Luke Kane. And Luke Kane was a grand champion and a registered merit, like his father. And his father's father. His father's father was a champion registered merit. And we keep going back past Yellow John. Literally be said, Red Boy was really a registered merit. So that's a whole lot of registered merits going down the line. So we got the breed part right. Now let's go into the greatness. The reason why I picked Grand Champion Yellow over Mayday and Luke Kane, because he created those two great dogs. They created a line of shit. Like, remember, Luke Kane was grand champion. Start counting them grand champions back. And then start with his daughter, grand champion Luca, and start with Luca and start going back. Look at that. Who gets the credit for that? Me, I feel like Grand Champion Yellow gets the credit for that. You got Grand Champion, Grand Champion, Grand Champion, Grand Champion. You know what I'm saying? That's Grand Champion Yellow, Grand Champion Mayday, Grand Champion Luke Kang, Grand Champion Luca. Not yet been done in the history of the dog game. That's my case. That's my pick. You hear me say I didn't give it to Luke Kang, and I didn't give it to Mayday. But I gave it to the dog that created it when it comes to all-around bulldog. That the dog produced. He was able to produce. Not only was he a grand champion, 6-time winner, he was able to reproduce in many other lines, many other dogs. I mean, damn, he's up there with, his son is up there with him. Grand Champion Yellow and Grand Champion Mayday is up there at the top 5 on the Register of Merit list. And if you look at it for what it is, you know, we can throw Jeep in there, but Jeep always been number 1. But when you start throwing Jeep and the line of dogs that come down off of Jeep, you gotta throw Jeep in that running. He just don't have that run. You know, he got a lot of it. He got a lot there, but he don't have that run, and that run plays a major factor as an all-around project when you trying to come up with the greatest. You know, especially when you go to saying dog. You know, I still would say Yellow. Well, I would pick Yellow over Mayday. Not because of the match quality, but because of the quality as an all-around bulldog and what he was able to do as far as his impact to the sport of dog fighting. Very major factor in the history making of those type of dogs, them yellow dogs, was Grand Champion Yellow. Even in his line today, find it in there, you're going to find major factors pertaining to Grand Champion Yellow. A lot of dogs that I've seen coming off of Yellow, a lot of dogs that were able to produce champions. So it wasn't like, you know, he just produced Yellow just produced Mayday, and that was it. Yellow produced a lot of great dogs. A lot of great dogs were able to produce too. You know, you still had Red Man, Hardcore Red Man, Hardcore Bozak. All those dogs was Register of Merits. All Sons of Yellow, Awesome Baby, Daughter of Yellow. Grand Champion Mayday, and you got to remember, Awesome Baby sits right up there under Honey Bunch. Daughter of Yellow. You know, so me, I think I look at the biggest impact of what you call the greatest dog of all times. You know, when we're talking about all around, you know, those are just factors that, you know, I bring to my argument, you know, to give y'all something to start. You know, that's what twins say. Now, let's see if we can find something better. I ain't got no problem with giving that up. But you know, my dog, you know, my reasoning and the qualifications falling under that category, the standards are high. So I'm pretty sure there's some good dogs out there, and I would even call some great dogs out there. But when you say dog the greatest of all time, we can talk about the greatest match dogs, or we can talk about the greatest producing dogs. But when we start talking about all around, you put them in the same shell. You know what I'm saying? So y'all know mine. You know, interact, throw an email, call in, whatever you want to do. Throw yours up in the air and see what y'all got to run with. I think history in itself, in the history of the dog game, the thing that I hold dear to the game itself is I really wouldn't be able to pick the greatest fighting dog. Because if it was up to me, I would have to say Tornado, because Tornado won 10 matches. But then that's like saying, okay, Tornado, you won 10 matches because you still had 10 people out there that could beat you. So when I look at Queen of Hearts, I say, Queen, you had 8 people who came after you, even though y'all smashed them all. You know what I'm saying? Even though y'all smashed them all, y'all still had people who thought they could win. There ain't but one dog out there that I know wouldn't nobody met with, and that was Pandy. And that's one dog. It's like the whole world knew who she was. And she was open to the world with no takers. Now, the only other dog that I would literally accumulate to that, if it don't be for the fact that she died before ever having a chance to win her grand championship, would be May May. Because May May was just like Pandy. She would destroy you. She was a 4-time winner too. And I honestly believe you have people out there with 42-pound bitches that would have came after her ass, and she probably would have been a 10-time winner too. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't no pumping the brakes. There was a lot of 42s out there. And she whooped 2 champions easily. 2 champions, and both bitches. Well, Bills was a really a grand champion, and then she beat Nene, which was a 4-time winner, and destroyed them both. So I would put her in that running as a destroying bitch. But I really believe, if didn't nobody catch on after those 2 wins, you know what I'm saying? Then I think that she would have been able to go on to win her grand championship. But see, that's not the same when I say Pandy. No, Pandy had an opportunity. She just didn't have no takers. And there's a reason why she didn't have no takers, because she was a straight up killer. So there was the baddest bitch out there of all times. And, that's like trying to compare Jordan to LeBron. It's a hard thing because everybody got their air. A lot of people younger down there in that younger age, they can look at LeBron and be like, LeBron, Kobe, you know what I'm saying? And then it might be Jordan. Because they don't know enough about Jordan. All they know is Jordan on the shoes. But that would be a hard thing for me to even pick over LeBron and Jordan. And I've seen them both play. I've seen them both play in high school. I've seen Jordan play in high school, and I've seen LeBron. And then, look at their careers. I was a Michael Jordan fan before LeBron came along. And I'm still a Michael Jordan fan. You know what I'm saying? When Kobe went in there and without Shaquille and them and took the Lakers and put the Lakers on his shoulders and took them to a championship where no other person, had a supporting cast, but he was the man. He was the one who literally took it on his shoulders and won an NBA championship without that power squad. He was the power squad. So you got to throw Kobe in the running. So I'm always say, the honor system, take it for what it is and line it up. And I'm going to still go with Jordan. I'm going to still go with LeBron. And I'm going to still go with Kobe. But it would be LeBron, it would be Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron. And he my homeboy. I'm 100% behind him. But we talking about 3 of the greatest basketball players of all time. I don't think my homeboy would be mad at me for putting him down there number 3. And all in all, coming out of Akron, Ohio, he's still the greatest basketball player to me. But if you ask me what would be your numbers? I got to respect Michael Jordan because I seen him. And I seen how good he was. And I was a Chicago Bulls fan, period. You know, all the way. So, and I'm going to be true about this. LeBron ain't never had the supporting cast. And LeBron had a supporting cast like Corey and Kobe and Jordan. He probably have 8 rings. I mean, damn, the boy went to the NBA championship and lost more than he won. Damn, there might be a tie now because he got 3. But shit, he down there won a couple of years straight in a row to the NBA championship, regardless of what team. You know, he was in the NBA championship. But he's been able to do that without a supporting cast. Which everybody else, to me, had one. Kobe had 1 year that he didn't have a supporting cast, and he won him an NBA championship with squads like LeBron. When, you know, I would have to put it in the equivalent of the squads like LeBron had to win, but he never had a consistent squad to go in there and control the game like the Lakers and the Chicago Bulls did back then, you know? I look at that like, now when I say that, you see the way my measurement is. Now, if I was to take that same thought and measure in the dog game itself, you know, it'd be a lot of great ones that I would speak up on. You know, because there's a lot of good dogs out there that, in just the matches alone, you know, the high caliber, you wouldn't hear too many people say Satan unless you knew who Satan was. You know, you wouldn't say Luther unless you knew who Luther was. You know, you wouldn't say Grand Champion Duke if you didn't know who Grand Champion Duke was. All 3 of those were some of the baddest, greatest fighting dogs of all time. But how many more of those are out there? But if it came down to picking, you know, the overall, it would be a hard one to go by because everybody has the criterias, and, you know, it would just be hard for people to really pick up and say, okay, yeah, twin, you're right. There could be many of them because there's been a lot of great pit bulls out here. And it's just hard to pick one over the other, especially when it comes to the male. Hands down, I'm still picking Pandy. I mean, all around, she would get the MVP all around the board. All the way around the board. I would pick her over every dog out there in the history of the dog game. Pandy would be my pick. But you know, I'll always put Pandy above everybody else. You know, because that's a dog of a lifetime. Something else that I wanted to bring up in understanding for guys of the now who can't keep records and, you know, you don't know what's really there to pick from. There really is not no solid kennels like yesterday where, you know, you had major kennels out there and a lot of activity. So the measuring stick is about the same as back in the day. We could go to the park and punch it out, you know, right there in the park. Bring your boy, I bring my boy, we bring everybody, I'm gonna bring everybody, and we just do it out. You know, nowadays, it don't work that way. So the game changes through time. It's just how they make the adjustments. I don't see a Rebel Kennels out here anymore. I don't see Great Kennel Hardcore. I don't see another Victor Acart. I don't see another Bob Lowry at Windy City. I don't see another Lloyd Boudreaux. I don't see those type of kennels with those type of dogs. Or do I can say I can give Black Rock a little love. Black Rock be trying to put the work in. And, you know, that's a good one for me because, you know, that's his shit. You know, when you see a lot of whether he's doing the breedings or, kennel name is just doing the ride because he has done and matched enough dogs. I can't get the chat up. My phone is dead, so I can't really see what you guys are talking about. But it's all about historical facts when it comes to doing dogs and matching dogs and picking who's who and what's what. I don't think when we out there feeding our dogs do we care. I don't. I mean, I look at that as a sit down, think about piece. If when I got home or wanted to sit down and think about it. But as an active dog man back then, I don't think nobody was thinking like that. I think it grows with history. That's what I think. I think the matches, were all good matches. Were they all memorable matches? There were memorable matches because of the winner and the loser. But there's so many of those. So it's like even hard to come up with a conclusion to such a story. Even when it came down to Angus. You cannot fault Angus for the rumors of what he did with Red Ruby. So I would keep Angus right where he's at because it wasn't a match. And the name of the game was matching dogs, not rolling dogs, not off the chain dogs. Talking about Lily getting down in there and matching dogs and winning. That he did do, And as far as I'm concerned, I would care less what happened off the yard, as long as you're going on the yard to get matched and then coming back with the win. I can't tell you what that burp was, where it's just such a big thing when it comes to proving. You want some accolades, prove a point. Breeding a great dog. To me, I always say it always seems, and we have done enough pedigrees, guys. Y'all know it. I am burning up, guys. I am so hot. Feel like I'm getting faint up in here. So y'all have to excuse me for taking off my sweater. And this sweater got a little twin. Hot. Oh, so. Whew. But even when I get on the bus, and I always go back there in the back, and I always give guys, in pedigrees now, justification, because a lot of great dogs that's going to be making history in your time is going to have a combination. I mean, we have already kind of looked into the future, guys, and we see these things even now. So for those who really want to be a factor, are the ones to know the truth. And that's the bottom line. When it comes down to the truth, it is what it is. Whether you don't like it, whether you're jealous of it, or whether you're envious of it, or whatever it is, any type of emotional feelings towards it. You can be glad and happy and proud. You know what I'm saying? It just don't change, the bottom line of what the truth is. That's it. Prove the point and set the truth. And that doesn't take a lot of emotion. So I'm always looking at it like that too. There's been great matches to talk about. So if we was there reaching around trying to find something great, we could find a whole bunch of great ones. If you was to ask me what my consideration is, or what I would call a great dog or a great dog man, would be a great dog man and a great dog together. A great dog and a great dog man can make history. Remember, Ronnie Bulls didn't really match a lot of dogs. Ron Newman matched a lot of dogs, but he was taking the Bulls a whole new direction. He had boils in the stuff, but his boils was different than the Ronnie Bulls boils. And it literally changed the game. I like the four-way boils dogs over any other dog out there when it comes to, if you got one, hold it with all means of security. Because it's not very often that most guys get that luck where they're fortunate enough to be able to do a whole litter. A whole litter. Now, I've seen 3, and I've seen maybe one that had 4. You know, and I think Honey Bun had something to do with that. Yeah, she did, because Jeep, Charlie, Holly, and Missy, all champions. But did Holly produce? No. No. The only ones that produced in the dogs that I ran off was Jeep. Hold on, gotta give me something to drink here. Hold on 1 second, fellas. Excuse me. It went from hot to cold down here in Florida. You know that Friday I didn't show up before the storm. I was sick, and I'm still trying to recover. You know, when I'm losing weight, as you can tell, and my body is tired as hell. And if you have been noticing in the last few shows, it seems like I struggled to do the show. And I'm trying to do a bad show. You know, I'm gonna always try to come in and give the backstreet and the guys who come to the show, you know, the best I can give you. You know, because I hear y'all, and believe me, that's why I still sit in this chair and see y'all on Tuesdays and Fridays. But lately, I have really been feeling like it's really hard to do the show because nobody calls, everybody listens. So imagine, twin, I get into this, you know, this mental with you guys, where I'm really giving a speech, even in a political environment, you know.
Incoming call from 843-409-3909 for Michael Bayless.
Alexis, answer the call. Mm-hmm. Yeah, even though, you know, it is be like, you know, in during an election, you know, they don't stand there no more than an hour and talk to everybody. Me, I done shows where I would just talk for 3 or 4 hours and had no problems. You know, now it's like I have, you know, my eyes start hurting, chest starts hurting because, you know, I guess after an hour and a half, y'all see me at the end of these shows. Y'all be seeing me. I be barely holding on. Nah, he just don't know. It's a drag on me.
Alexa, answer the call. What up?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, what's up, fam?
Nothing much. First of all, peace and blessings. I'm glad you were able to get through that storm in one piece.
Yes, sir.
I know my folks down in Florida still dealing with it. So like I said, thank the Most High you guys were able to survive and, you know, still be here with us, still put the show on. Also, when it comes to you and your health, like I said, we definitely understand, you know, the medical thing, the things you got going on. But for me, definitely appreciate you putting in the effort. We understand, things happen when you can't make it, but definitely appreciate the effort that you do put in. And also the mic, for holding it down when you're not able to make it. So
That's
again,
true.
it doesn't go unappreciated. So definitely want to thank you for,
Yeah,
what
thank
you guys
you.
do every Tuesday and Friday.
Thank you, fam. Thank you.
But I wanted to touch in, I think when you were talking about when it comes to Grand Champion Yellow, and I done had, some spirited conversation when it comes to Yellow and the Yellow line and the longevity of the Grand Champion Yellow line.
Well, take over,
And
baby.
one thing I tell people.
Hold on before you get
It
started.
just-
Introduce yourself so everybody out there know. We know who you are, but let everybody know who you are.
What's going on, fellas? This is James Jones. What's going on? What's going on, fellas?
Okay, thank you, boss.
No problem. But like I said, when it comes to Grand Champ, like you stated earlier, there's been a lot of great match dogs throughout the years. Too many to name. There have been some monsters, like once in a lifetime dogs. Grand Champion Yellow, even though he was Grand Champion, he may not on his own individual merit. When we start listing off true, I call them apex predators.
Mm-hmm.
You may not have been an apex predator like a Pandy or those type of dogs that we talk about. But when you look at a line, whether it's a family, I want to say a family dog, but when it comes to one individual dog that went on to create a family of dogs, whether it was being bred back into himself or even with crosses,
Mm-hmm.
there hasn't been, in my opinion, a dog that when you look at himself, his kids, grandkids, great grandkids, that not only produce a level of match dog that compete at the highest level,
Mm-hmm.
but also that ability to reproduce
At the high. That's right.
over again.
At a high level.
That compete at the high level.
That's
also, is there another dog that went on to go to individual hands, other people, 4 or 5 different camps that were able to go on to create their own strand of dogs off of Grand Champion Yellow?
That's
That were
true.
also able to take those dogs, again, whether it's as a standalone family or even as a cross at the pace or as the rate of Grand Champion Yellow. Like you said, even when we look at Jeep. Jeep was a nice match dog, and Jeep has a great line of dogs that still today produces nice dogs.
Mm-hmm.
But my personal opinion, there isn't another dog in the history of the game like Grand Champion Yellow, even in 2024.
I believe.
That's just my personal opinion.
My personal opinion too.
Um,
I said we're setting out, we're putting it out there to be, like I said, and I totally agree with you. And what you speak is you speaking the truth. And all we offer is somebody to to come in and give us something better, right?
Correct. And like I said, you got a lot of different, like you said, you got the Garner, his dogs,
Yeah.
the Chinaman dogs, the Frisco dogs. You got a lot of dogs that people have taken from off of Chinaman, off of Frisco,
Mm-hmm.
off of Bolio, off of, you name them on that list. But like I said, when we look at just dog after dog after dog, match after match, Yellow has touched or impacted more history-making dogs, more strands of dogs than maybe any other dog in the game.
And I
And
believe,
again, Yellow wasn't the greatest. I mean, he was the grand champion. He pulled 7. I think he pulled 7. Yeah, he pulled his matches, but that line is just it's one of those once in a literally a lifetime dogs.
Mm-hmm.
That cross was made. Whether you want to give credit to, whether it's Red Boy Jockey, you're not here to debate that. But that particular dog was the Michael Jordan, the Michael Jackson, the Mike Tyson, the whatever you want to put on. He was that dog that if you take him out the game, Grand Champion Yellow, you take him out the game right now, it's a different game. It's a way different thing. Like I said, you got a lot of. And I also want to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Like dogs like Candy, dogs like Queen of Hearts, dogs like um, Tornado, Samson. A lot of those great match dogs. And there's a lot of factors where, dogs were in the wrong hands, dogs died hurt, breeders didn't take, people got locked up. What would you say would be the main factor that a lot of these for example, a dog like Clint, what would you say, if you could put your finger on one thing, what would be the reason her legacy isn't felt today in a ongoing line of dogs, like we see with the yellow dogs?
Well, when it comes to you said Pandy, right?
Yeah, I mean Pandy, Tornado, and again they produce some nice math dogs, but for the longevity and legacy, like Grand Champion Yellow.
You know what it is, my man, and they're gonna really get sick on this one. I'm gonna really make them sick on this one. Then I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna start with yellow where we at, right? And then I'm gonna start going back. I'm going backwards. Now you made me bring in Grand Champion Yellow John. Now you done made me go and grab Red Boy. Now I done fucked everybody up because now I done brought Red Boy into the equation because he produced Yellow John with the same factors of producing, just like Yellow John produced Yellow. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm rich back there because now I can start with Red Boy and spread him out there further than Yellow.
True.
Am I right?
That's true because, I mean, when you look at Red Boy, and even, like I tell people, when you look at, before that cross was made, before the Red Boy Jocko cross was made, and when you see the number of champions and winners Red Boy produced when being bred back into himself, that's what I look at. When a dog is bred back into himself, and you still are getting match dogs. Like we done seen 3 times, 4 times Red Boy dogs go out there and win championships, grand championships, 1 time, 2 times, POR, ROM dogs. That says a lot because there are a lot of strains of dogs. When you heavy inbreed them back into themselves, they fall off.
Right.
There are some that, they still are able to carry when inbred back into themselves, they still hold up. But there aren't a lot of dogs, a lot of family of dogs, that when you heavily inbreed them back into themselves, you put them on that carpet, they fall short. They fall way short. They're quote unquote brood stock,
Right.
Because, the dog is so inbred, they one dimensional, or they just not. Now, them dogs may want to produce in a cross, but there aren't a lot of dogs. You heavily inbreed them back into themselves, they fall short. And the Red Boy strain, like I said, even before the cross was made, if you just look at his online pedigree, there's a lot of champions and winners and ROMs and PR dogs. Just Red Boy back to Red Boy back to his dog, inbred Red Boy, triple 4 times inbred Red Boy. You get it, you still getting performance. You call them just game dogs or whatever, but I tell people, when we look at the Red Boy dogs, people look at them through a today lens, or they just game dogs. They don't got this, they don't got that.
Right.
But when you put it in proper context, those early Red Boy dogs will have a little bit more skill than just being a dead game dog.
Well, sure it is.
That's one thing people they look at Red Boy dogs and say, oh, but you got to look at the early 80s, them 70s, when them dogs, Katie Marlowe was first breeding those dogs. Them dogs had some skills. Now, they may not have been monsters or killers, but those dogs were able to stand on their own, being bred back into Red Boy, and so forth and so on. It says a lot for Red Boy himself. When there's other dogs, i.e., let's use Jocko for example.
Right.
You don't see a lot of Jocko dogs being bred back into themselves and still carrying on a certain level of performance. Now, Jocko, fucking monster. May have been a better match dog than Red Boy, but there was a reason why one dog legacy continue because the dogs were kind of the same era, probably about the same number of breeds.
Mm-hmm.
But one dog, when you call it marketing or yada, whatever reason, there's a reason why one dog people still decide to go towards and use, and one dog people decide like, you know what, I'm good on that.
Right.
That's just my personal opinion.
Right. You're right.
And like even if you look at Jocko, if you pull up Jocko's pedigree, if you look at most of his winners,
Mm-hmm.
they got red boy hair.
Yep.
I think he got one. I think it's was it Chavis Hole. I think that dog he was a champion with no red boy. But you talking maybe one or two dogs out of a number of dogs versus red boy.
Mm-hmm.
Like way more performance with no Jocko versus Jocko without red boy. That's one thing I look at when you talk about a line and where genetics are coming from. Hit a dog, breed it back into himself heavily. And if them dogs don't fall off, them some special genetics that don't need a cross. Now, there have been certain crosses that help magnify certain traits, whether it's the Red Boy Jocko, or Jeep Red Boy Rascal, whatever, Red Boy Banjo. There are some crosses that have been made with the Red Boy stuff that you get a different level of match dog. But just Red Boy on his own, you still getting dogs you can go out there and compete with.
Right.
In the early days. Now, through just simply going super crazy inbreeding, the dogs do fall off at some point because you lose a certain level of activity. Dogs are just being bred for pedigree. You just say, I got tight this, I got tight that. But when you look at those early 70s, early 80s, maybe in the early 90s, a lot of the red boy dogs didn't need a whole lot of help. Now, they may not have been world beaters, but they were still able to go out there and win on their own merit, using their own genetics.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So, that's one thing I look at and if I inbreed this dog back into himself 2-3 times, what type of dogs am I getting?
Right.
Do the dog lose station? Do they lose structure? Do they get cow hopped up? Do they lose bone, muscle mass? Do they lose mouth or gameness or yada, yada, yada? Those are the things I look at when you talk about particular families of dogs. You start inbreeding, quote unquote, to preserve certain traits. But when you start inbreeding, and you're losing different aspects of a match dog, then really what type of genetics are you working with?
Wow.
Even like with Tan, he did a lot of, based on the pedigrees that we had, we don't know the accuracy of those pedigrees.
Right.
But he was still able to, you heard the stories, but you see how he bred his dog. He did a lot of heavy breeding with that cross. And the dogs still were able to go out there and create those legendary, I call them Gold Jacket Hall of Fame dogs. And there aren't a lot of families of dogs that you just constantly inbreed back into itself where the dogs just, need help.
Right.
So that's one thing when I be talking with guys about yellow and the yellow dogs, especially the red boy dogs. 2024, you may get some game at unconventional dogs in 2024, but when that dog was first being bred, dogs they had some talent. They said Bridges was carrying a whole lot of mouth. He was what? 2-time, 3-time red boy, something like that. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Bridges was head red boy dog.
You talking about Marlowe Champion Bridges?
Yeah, Champion Bridges. He was like triple bred red boy. Double bred red boy, something like that.
Yeah, I'll check on it. I'll pull it up and see right here for you, baby boy. Marlowe Bridges was 4-time winner. Look on the pedigree, fam. I got you. There you go. It was off.
Yeah, like he triple bred. Yeah, triple bred red boy. And he was nothing going over 35. So is that just a dead game dog and nothing over 35?
Straight killer.
Or was that dog bringing some truth?
That dog was a straight killer. I mean, they
You
didn't
know,
get much better. To be honest, they didn't get much better than him. Cause that dog right there was a killer. Britches was a killer.
yeah.
And he all red boy. He flat out red boy.
All red boy. So if I got a dog that you talking about back in the day when shit was going down, like it wasn't no
Yes, sir.
like it is today.
Yes, sir.
And you talking about this dog three
Preach.
times and nothing over 35. That's more than a big game dog.
Preach, baby. I'm listening. You saving my job. Handle it. You talking some shit tonight.
You know, we have to put things in proper context when we talk about the red boy. We can't look at it today's time. Oh, they just dumb, you know, dead game dog. That might be true in 2024, but you know, before people started paper breeding and match dogs were being bred, this is a perfect example of a red boy dog that was a killer.
Okay. I missed something. What, did you say something I missed?
No. I was just pausing.
Okay. Because you on to something. You know, but you see where we at, though. You see where we at. We way back here, and it all started with yellow. But then when you see this is a prime example why I jumped back and grabbed Yellow John and then ran and got Red Boy. Because, again, we setting the standard for argument. Now, I do have an argument. I want you to join in with me and bring this to the table and tell me your opinion on this one.
Okay.
My brother, legendary J-Bo, sent me a text and he put this dog up. Hold on. Vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I can say. Go ahead.
Talking about vengeance off the
Jesse Rod stuff.
The Jesse Rod stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, good line of dogs.
Uh-huh.
Good line of dogs. We can say that much. But
yeah,
does he fall in the category? Because when we go and look at his pedigree, right? Now we have to look into this pedigree and break it down like we did Yellow. Remember, Yellow is a line of dogs that continued. You see what I'm saying? Now, when, you know, he can't, J-Bo said he could stand up to the yellow dogs. Well, it's fair to differ. But I'm going to give him a chance because, you know, I'm going to break it down.
I want to give a big shout out to my man Green Team in the house showing love with the 5-piece showing the love. He said Grand Champion Buck. Best all-around performance and producer of producers.
Well, see, we was going to get to him. We was going to eventually get to him. We was going to get to him. But not just Buck. I would say Patrick Tater is the red boy. You see what I'm saying? And the Embolio is the red boy. When you going into them buck dogs. You know what I'm saying? So I was gonna go there. I was headed to here. I was headed there. But even Grand Champion Buck didn't did what Yellow did. Okay? And he put some nice ones out there. But he didn't. He can't stand, and we are here to be proven wrong. Right now, we sitting in the top chair. Now, I'm giving Vengeance a chance. You know what I'm saying? Vengeance, J-Bo, here's Vengeance. Now, we looking at the pedigree because we know what kind of bulldog he is. We know he can produce, but can he produce a line of dogs? And coming from what is his major factor? Okay, we're going to build on, okay, let's just build on it. It's a build, but what is the key factor? You got Stone City Becky down here. And you know Stone City was bucking it out. We got Jeep down here. Sure, that's Billy. I know that's some Jeep shit. You see what I'm saying? We still reaching for shit. We reaching though. You know, it's not a Pacific. You know what I'm saying? This is not a Pacific dog. Vengeance produced some good dogs, but one thing I can tell you about Vengeance, let me show you, I'm going to point out something to you guys. We can go down to this list, and we're going to see a whole lot of killer combine. Whole lot of killer combine. You see what I'm saying? We bringing up the dogs too, but when we go look at the winners, we still only running across them killer combine dogs. You notice what I'm saying? J-Bo, I'm just breaking it down for you, big bro. Just breaking it down. Killer combine. You know, them are boys, you know, that's right there. That's ain't a winner. But as I go through these pages, I'm just pointing something out as a fact, as a factor. You know what I'm saying? I'm picking out the winners. And then I'm going to slide back down on the ones we did see. You're going to see a whole lot of this. You think I'm lying? I went through the pages showing y'all. First of all, I pointed out the fact a lot of these are killer combine dogs. You see what I'm saying? And then we have our fair share that we get these. Let me go back. This is page 3 now. Let's go back to page 2. Still, the winners we see, we got him. That's a winner. But he's not a champion. That's a winner. He's not a champion. He's got best in show, but it's a killer combine dog. Here's a champion. He's a champion, but he lost. You know what I'm saying? Here's a one-time winner. But we still picking out killer combine champions. Page 2. Page 2. I'm just going to slide back down in and let's find them. J-Bo, this is for you, big bro. I'm just pointing it out. All around picture. We don't get nothing on page 2. Nothing. Page 1.
And one thing.
Yes, sir.
One thing I would like to, because I also have this conversation with people too.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect example, a dog like this. Great dog. I remember when him and Sam Poe went with each other. That was kind of a big to do when them two dogs went to each other. I'm not sure. I think Sam Poe was already a champion when he went to Vince. But you have and again, I just look at the facts.
Yeah.
You have sometimes, and I'm being a devil's advocate for, let's say I'm being a devil's advocate for killer combine with a dog like this, great bad dog.
Mm-hmm.
You have some situations where certain camps be like, you know what, we ain't letting the blood get out like that, and you know, a lot of people can't breathe to the dog or whatever the situation may be. And you may have a situation where the majority of the winners come from killer combine. And my argument be, if I have dogs that can get his jersey put in the rafters.
Right.
I feel it's my justice to this dog to make sure, as much as I can to the right people, that this dog is accessible. So now, because you can't match everything. You can't do all the breeds. You can't do all the crosses. You can't do everything when it comes to a special dog. Right. You have to allow people to breed to this dog, do particular crosses, so we can be like, you know what, my dog bred to Bodeo stuff. Them dogs ain't really make the snuff. My dog bred to some El Drago stuff, created some fucking monsters. So now we know the vengeance to El Drago stuff is a special cross. So now I further know how to breed this dog or know where to take this dog to.
Yes, sir.
And when the history books are read, you can have a great dog. And when people start talking about those Hall of Fame level dogs, you want to start throwing up this dog or throw up this dog name. But whether through the management of that dog, where the camp said, you know what, we don't keep it within house, we ain't let everybody get it. But then when the years go by and people forget about this dog, or that dog hasn't lended its genetics to the ongoing elevation of the game, we only can look at what we can look at. The facts is that, like you said, when you look at his online pedigree list, it ain't a whole lot of people out here building their yard off the genetics you created with vengeance because you decide. I'm not saying this is what they did,
Right.
but you hear people do it all the time. I'm gonna keep it exclusive. I don't want everybody having my blood. But again, you can't match everything. You can't do every cross. So now you're doing this special dog that you own a disservice. So when this dog dies off or gets to a kennel accident and you can't do any more breeds, then when years go by, you use just a footnote from 20 years ago. That's your fault. That ain't the game fault that people forgot about this special dog that you had because you didn't allow the game access to this special dog. Also, the management of those special dogs. And again, when you look at Tent, when you look at people like Patrick, when you look at people like Al White, when you look at those type of people, I would throw Jerry Clemens in there, people who weren't known for being in the box, but they allowed the game to have access to this special set of genetics that they created to allow 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to go by, and their dog's genetics can still be part of the game going forward. So also you see a lot of these great match dogs that are footnotes in history. Well, they was a great match dog. But when you look up 10 years later, there's no legacy. And again, a lot of that comes from bad management. You know, dogs die early or, you know, for whatever reason, you know, kennel accident, dog, you know, breeds can't be made.
Right.
But it would be interesting to see, was this the situation with a dog like Vengeance? Because Vengeance, I think Vengeance was out doing this thing like in the early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. He was out here doing this thing in the late 90s, early 2000s. I think he was out here doing this thing. Like I said, I remember when he went to Sampo. Like I said, that was a kind of, you know, to catch me out when that match went down. So again, was it bad management that a dog like Vengeance in 2024 doesn't have or didn't create a ongoing legacy? We look at dogs like, you know, Macho Bug. When we look at dogs like you said, like the Croata dogs. Those dudes took Croata, made him a grand champion, did their breedings, were able to get dogs out that people had. And you see a lot of those Croata dogs starting to pop up
Yes, sir.
in other people's hands, and people are still winning with the Croata dog. Like I said, I would put Croata not at that level, but you can see where those guys are building an ongoing legacy with the Croata dog. You see, you know, even themselves, they still sending dogs over here, still doing dogs themselves, where that Croata blood is still being bred, still being used in good percentages, not just an eighth or, you know, way back in the fifth, sixth generation. You're seeing true Croata bred dogs out here winning. Whether they lose or they win, those guys, you know, they post up, hey, we took a loss, but hey, congratulations to the camp, or hey, this dog went out and pulled it off. You know, them boys still putting, like you like to say, putting that work in to continue the ongoing legacy of the Croata dog. But you know, I tip my hat to those type of guys as far as using one dog going forward. Like you said with the guys at Black Rock, I think they're more of a family of dogs. They got different dogs in their family of dogs where they're kind of creating their Black Rock family of dog legacy by still doing the things they're doing today. You know what I'm saying? They even, you know, use that Colorado dog. He's a Nebraska dog. For it's part of their ongoing legacy of the Black Rock family of dogs. You know what I'm saying? Not all legacy off just one dog and, you know, breeding that dog forward.
Right.
So like I said, you know, and we see a lot of, and you probably can speak to, you and Twin, your brother can probably speak to it more with you guys, the era you came up. Like you said, when you look at dogs like Queen or Pandy or, you know, the number, you know, the number of dogs during that era who were fucking apex predators. But then when we look at 2024, there isn't a ongoing legacy of dogs that was solely built off of maiden, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, just use for an example, or dogs like Samson or dogs like Shady Lady, those type of dogs, and in early 2000s, even 2024, you still see Grand Champion Yellow dogs in 2024, whether it's a cross or whatever, still putting in fucking work out. And that's just the facts of it. There ain't no personal opinion, no feeling. It's the fucking whole hard fact. That Grand Champion Yellow in 2024 is still a bloodline that you can use pure, you can use cross, and still get you fucking dog to compete with.
Yes, sir. But see, even in the karate stuff, we still are talking about great stuff down by off yellow. When you're talking about the karate dog.
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yeah, true. We're coming through the Mayday. Yeah.
That's right.
Yep. Yeah. Perfect example of karate. With the Mayday stuff, with the Grand Champion Yellow is
still going back to where we at. Exactly.
About multiple grand champions, multiple champions, and again, not through their hands. Other people's hands are still putting those dogs to work out.
Right. It's not in a Pacific kennel. A lot of other guys was able to use those dogs. Like I jumped to Colorado, but while you was talking, I was showing them, Killer's pedigree, right? And his offsprings, right? And my point with that was, I'm going back to, so I can point it out now, show you got Grand Champion Blaze by Straight 8, and then you got Champion Book Bigfoot by Straight 8. 2 camps, Killer Combine and Straight 8. That's it.
Yep.
That's not a line that, you know what I'm saying? That is in no comparison to yellow stuff. Not taking nothing away from you.
That's not a line. That's a camp.
That's a camp, right. There's not a bunch of champions on this list being with a bunch of other names. That's correct. 2 camps. And when we go talking about Killer Combine's dogs, I circle Phoenix and Wolverine. I said we see several of their champions looking like this. Them game losses. You see what I'm saying? Yes. So where J-Bo, I'm just a man of facts, big bro. You put it up there, and I just wanted to point that out to you. No, he cannot stand up to these dogs. He's not taking nothing away from the dog. But no, when we're talking about all-around bulldog, he is not that. He cannot stand up to the dogs that we are putting up here. Not taking nothing away. That's not what we're saying. We're just showing you what we see here as facts. The dog created a great name, but, everybody else is not as lucky, than as Straight 8 and Killer Combine.
Yeah.
And we got we damn near got 3 pages of dogs here. You see what I'm saying? We got 3 pages of damn dogs here now.
Yeah.
That's my point. What we're talking about.
Even when you look at like Bigfoot was vintage bred to some Garner stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that's, when you look at the Deep South dog, the Michael Jackson dog, like Bigfoot bred to Gremlin, which is a yellow dog, Mayday dog.
Yeah.
When you look at the other dog I saw, Grand Champion Blade, which is another straight drop dog, which is vintage bred to the Bolio Bujo stuff. And then when we look at coming forward, we don't see nothing. And again, this is just the limited information we have off of, Piz and Michael's work.
Exactly. That's all we're running off of. That's right.
Yeah, but like you said, when you look at yellow, you can click on a lot of them yellow sons and yellow daughters. That shit just keep going and going and going and going. Winners and champions, dogs of the year, grand champion, bred type, or even when you added the crosses. So again, there isn't a dog, in my opinion. We look at production legacy. Kids, I would say kids. Let's go kids, grandkids, and great grandkids. Let's go 3 generations off the main source. There isn't a dog that can stand beside Grand Champion.
No.
When you look at the direct kids off the particular dog, you look at the grandkids, and you look at the great grandkids. Within 3 generations off, gotta put yellow in the third. That makes yellow the third generation. That makes him 25% of the blood.
Yes, sir.
There's no dog that can stand beside yellow. When you look at that level of consistency of match dogs. And again, there's been a lot of great match dogs. A lot of dogs that got pure all around that produced a lot of nice dogs. But when you're talking about first, second, third generations off a particular dog, and like you said, I'll stand corrected if somebody points it out, but there isn't a lot of dogs that have the level of production ability that Yellow had. You're talking about a continued legacy of match dogs and POR and ROM dogs. It's just not there.
It's not there. It's not there.
And these are the facts.
Those are the facts. Those are the facts.
A lot of great, yeah. Like I said, it's been numerous. Like I said, I call them apex predators. There's been a lot of apex predators, walking fucking monsters on 4 feet that we've seen throughout the years, but history has shown a lot of those apex predators, they kind of fall short when it comes to the reproduction of it. Whether it's their own genetics or just mismanagement, whatever you want to pin it on, we're just going off the fact. It ain't a lot of dogs that can stand with Grand Champion dogs.
And I stand with that, with the offer to still rebuke what we're saying. We are willing to give up the seat. I'm telling you guys, we're not being funny. I haven't even dived into Grand Champion book and show you the major factors of what really made that shit work. We could say Indian Bully.
Because even with Tab got what, 1 Grand Champion produced?
Yeah. But he produced a few dogs that could produce some Grand Champions too, though.
Yep.
Because you got to look at Grand Champion Blackjack.
That's true.
But even then, we had to go grab some Red Boy. Look, even still, we still had to go grab some Red Boy. What's our factor? Red Boy, hey, it still lines up with what we were saying.
Hey, I want to.
That Red Boy hot sauce.
Yes, sir.
I want to give a big shout out to my man Oak Man. He said, "Salute, twin. We all use Pedigree Online as a template. That vengeance sperm, I'm taking it, is him respectively. He says Pedigree Online isn't the Holy Grail. Well, we know that, but the thing is, at what point do you call something to talk about if you don't know what to talk about?
Right.
You gotta have some type of reference, because anything without receipts or reference isn't really much to talk about.
Right, which is true. We're not here to bust the butt. We're not here to break it down. We're going on only the references that we see. Now there may be dogs on this list.
Can't go off of this, that, and other. We can only go off the information, the data that we have. And again, like I said earlier,
and we definitely said that earlier. You did bring that to everybody's attention.
It is limited information, but again, we have to have a source of reference to have a conversation based off of not just hearsay.
Right, back it up with something.
What about this? What about that?
Right, if it ain't on Pairs Online, give me something. Something. If it's worthy of talking about.
Pairs Online, we got the journals. This information out there. So, like we said, anybody that has any information, like you said, they want to bring up, hey, bring it up.
Right.
You got Pairs Online, you got Maggie, you got the journal, you got my dog and my friend and yours, you got the Pit Dog Time, you got, it's
Game Dog Time.
You got those magazines out there. So,
yeah.
It ain't like we can't go find this information.
I mean, it literally tells you what dogs he produced. We go back in there and look. We pull him back up here so you can see. They did tell you. You know, somewhere in there, I know they had some dogs out there. You know, they didn't put all his offspring down in there. If we missing some, you know, bring it to the light. But right as
and just another thing I like to say about Grand Champion Yellow. I like also looking at the uniformity of a particular litter.
Say it again.
You can always find that one dog out of a breed that goes on, like Grand Champion Buck.
Yep.
Hall of Fame, Churches and the Raptors. But when we look at Grand Champion, it just wasn't Grand Champion Yellow. You had Sassy, Champion POR dog.
Yep.
Junior, 5-time winner. You had Champion Rocco. So you had not only Yellow, you had a sister who was a Champion POR dog, and a brother that was a 5-time winner, and another brother that was a champion. So between Yellow John and Miss Jocko, you had three champions, a grand champion, a Rom dog, and a POR dog out that breed. Now, when we go look at Grand Champion Buck and his little mates, I mean, you got Buck and that's it.
That's it. Just Buck.
So again, Buck, Hall of Fame dog. But with Golden Boy and Red Lady, Buck was with beginning and end. So to get those special genetics out of Golden Boy and Red Lady, you had to go to Buck. Versus if you wanted special genetics out of Yellow John and Miss Jocko, you could have got shit from Sassy, puppies off of Sassy. You could have got puppies off of Junior. You could have got puppies off of Rocco. So you didn't have to go to Yellow John and Grand Champion Yellow. You would have got pups from other mates and maybe still got high-level match dogs out of that particular breed. So I also look at that when we look at these one-offs out of a particular breed. It wasn't just Grand Champion Yellow. His litter, there was other special dogs in there, kind of like the G litter.
Yep.
But the thing with G, you had 4 champions, probably the greatest litter, give or take, in American Pit Bull history. But outside of G, everybody else, there's no legacy that you fall short of. So I would put the Bo Honey Bunch litter with Yellow John and Miss Jocko because with Bo and Honey Bunch, you did get the 4 champions, which ain't nothing to sneeze at. But also with the Yellow John Miss Jocko breeding, you got again a grand champion and 3 champions. So again, I would put the Bo Honey Bunch right there with the Yellow John Miss Jocko breeding as far as a breeding that created special genetics in a litter of pups, and not just this one-off, this outlier. And when you look at Buck, like I said, you got Buck and that's it.
That's it.
So also when we're looking at genetics and the ability to capture genetics, I feel like Yellow is special because he came out of special litter. Now, when it comes to the Bo Honey Bunch litter, I'm not sure when it comes to Holly and Dolly and the other litter mates, Charlie, were those dogs bred enough? Did dogs die early? Or I don't know those factors why those dogs wasn't bred like their brother. But we do know that Sassy added to the list. There's some good dogs over Junior out there. So it wasn't just Grand Champion Yellow, and that was all we talked about in that breeding between Yellow John and Miss Jocko happened. You had some other high-level dogs in that breeding as well. So when we look at special genetics, I also take a look at what came out of that litter besides, this one monster came out of the litter. Was there anything else to talk about?
Right.
If there wasn't, how special was the breed? How special are the genetics that were captured in that particular breed?
Right.
Those are just some of the things I kind of look at, me personally.
Yep, you're right though.
Perfect example, Mayday. You had Mayday, you had Choice, you had Dragon Lady.
Yep.
3 champions out of the same belly. So the same titties.
Yep.
Special breeder. That's how I look at special dogs. And again, Buck is a special dog, Hall of Fame, jerseys in the Raptors. But you know, he ain't yellow.
He ain't yellow. I have to say
He ain't
Bolio
yellow.
though. Bolio stood there. I would give Bolio the credit when we talk about Buck because Buck he put some shit down. But
True.
when you notice, it seems to work better when it's coming through the yellow because you're gonna find a lot of them dogs gonna have yellow in them.
Correct. And again, like I said, when you look at the what's the dogs now off of like Buck created some. I mean, he created a line that still today you can get good dogs off of. Like you said, when Buck was crossed into the yellow stuff, it took it up a notch. But I still feel like Buck as a standalone. If you just had this pure Buck dog, I hate use the word pure, but type bred Buck dogs, you would still get some high level quality dogs from just using just the buck stuff. You still could get it. It's just something different when that cross was made that took it a whole other direction. But I would still say, my personal opinion, that if you just said I'm just breeding buck kids, grandkids, great grandkids, you can still get quality dogs. But he was just the story ended and again with him when Golden Boy was bred to Red Lake.
Yeah,
So
but we got
like
to
I said, I
get
look at a lot of different aspects when we look at genetics and where is it coming from and how can I continue on. Like I said, if I use, let's say for a perfect example, I had Mate 2. I got Mate 2, I got kids off of Mate 2, I got inbred Mate 2. Is there anything else I can go to with the same gene makeup and still keep my shit going? I can go back to Brad. I can still go back to some of those other going hard dogs that still came from that same exact family tree that you guys created without having to go something completely different and still getting, you know what I'm saying,
exactly. Yes.
quality dogs. When you
Mm.
start talking about creating longevity, because at some point, if you stay with one dog and just breed this one dog over and over again, inbreed, at some point you will start falling. The dog will start falling short, whether through health issues or just not cutting the mustard. When it's time to time to hit that carpet, you will fall on that. So again, that's why I look at overall genetics, the uniformity of a litter. Like, can I breed to a sister? Can I breed to an auntie and still keep my shit going without having to worry about being same dog over and over again or the same strand of dog over and over and over and over again? And the buck dog, it is buck, and that's it. It wasn't like you can breed to his sisters or his brothers and get good shit because, it wasn't nothing to talk about.
Yep. And when you start talking about the buck stuff, the majority of the great buck dogs had yellow in them. I said
That's
the
true. That
majority
is
of the
true.
buck dogs, not saying all,
Yeah.
but everyone, I'm
It's a
going to point
majority.
them out. Buckers had yellow in him. Miss Leakey had yellow in him.
Yep.
Grand Champion Buck had yellow
Yep.
in him. Champion Picky had yellow in him. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. I mean, it's the facts of the fact.
Yeah. And then
So,
the bowling, and then the truth of the matter is, he wasn't, they say Golden Boy appears in his ADBA papers, but that is
but we know
incorrect.
how he's, yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
And most of
That's
it.
my mistake on that one. Yeah, yeah.
So if we go back to Tater, like it is on this pedigree here, what's the common factor? Polio.
Yep. I
And
mean, even when you look at the blinded bitch,
yep, that was Yellow
his
Buck's
most,
little
probably
mate,
his,
little mate
probably his
sister.
most famous daughter,
Yeah.
he got yelling about it. Miss Leakey,
Yep.
Red Boy. Not even, yeah, that's just Red Boy. Ain't no yellow, ain't no Grand Champ yellow. That's just Red Boy. Coming through Toro dog. So even when you really start digging in the buck, I mean, you know, it needed some help. I ain't gonna say it needed some help what special dogs came from when it was crossed back into the red boy or the grand champion yellow stuff.
Yep.
I'm trying to find a heavy bred buck dog that was just buck without any red boy, without any yellow, that was anything to talk about. And you probably know a little bit better than me.
To be honest, no, I don't. Because the combination is when it comes down to those buck dogs, you either gonna have bolio, or you gonna have bolio yellow, bolio red boy.
Even if you look at the dog STP produced off of it, it wasn't heavy bred bolio.
No.
It had yellow in it. It had the Virgil stuff in it. That comes from STP, who, you know.
Yep.
Like STP's Holiday, 2-time winner. Now she is triple bred buck, but you know, that's coming up. They got a little bit of sass in the bottom. She was a 2-time winner best in show. Bred by STP. Like you said, outside of that, I mean, when you look at champion Gina Girl, she was bred to Hank's daughter. She was a champion POR bitch. Let me see. Grand champion La Margarita, 4-time winner Ram Dog, was bred to Eli Jr. bitch. No, that's a fake breed. That's a fake breed. Scratch that one. Let me see. Abraham's Bull.
Yep.
Had more bolio stuff in the bottom.
Yep. He produced some good dogs too.
Yep. Like I said, Bonnie had the Virgil stuff.
Yep.
Champion Havana Boys, Miss Maggie, and the Posse Buster, little stomping out on the bottom side. She was the champion.
Yep. And she was pretty nice.
Even when you look at the Buck stuff, I mean, am I wrong for saying he needed help?
Yeah, he needed help. His best help was crossed with the yellow stuff.
Except for all his winning kids are crossing the other shit.
Yep.
STP's Hollywood. Hollywood, 1-time winner, triple bred buck dog, but they had the yellow champion sass in the bottom. Let's see here. Yeah. I mean, we obviously know the yellow buck, Stone Sister. We already know what that is.
Oh, yeah. Still more yellow bucks, though.
Yeah. Like you said, Miss Leakey, she went on to create the Rattler stuff, right? She fed the Rattler stuff, right?
Yep.
Because even when you look at Rattler's Tiverton, now he was inbred, but bucked back to a daughter, but the bottom quarter was Virgil stuff. So Buck is, you know, red boy. Red boy. But you know, so even when you look at the entire Rattler stuff, most of the Rattler dogs that we see, which are heavy buck dogs, because we throw the buck dogs on the Rattler's name, but if it's coming through Miss Leakey, that's red boy. Anything with Rattler and with Miss Leakey, that's red boy.
You're right. Yep.
Like you said, Blondie, we know what Blondie, we already know her legacy and what she did for the game. You know, Damien, Nico Jr.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, they ran it.
You know, the Stone City. We say the Stone City stuff overall was just the red boy with the yellow John, the grand champion yellow buck cross. So it wasn't just buck dogs.
You're right,
and the legacy in the history from Stone City.
And they used that Jeep. They like to throw. They threw the Jeep in there that made him even better.
Correct. You know, they're Hall of Famers. You know, Georgia's in the Raptors.
Yep.
So, I mean, even with Buck, I mean, you know, need a little bit of that 97 octane.
Yep. Now, somebody wanted me to pull up Smiley. That Triple M Smiley, Mike? Okay. But they didn't produce shit. Smiley did all the work. Not taking nothing away from him. Not putting nothing away from him. There's Smiley right there. You see? I mean, not much there.
Yeah.
He made all women for one litter. Not to say that he had some good ones, though.
Yeah. I mean, if you take Miss K out,
Right.
I mean, even when you look at him, the Madonna. I mean, that's same thing like Miss K. That's the what's that? The alligator, a little bit of red boy in the bottom.
Yep.
He was a champion, retired winner.
Mm-hmm. She produced a whole litter
Miles
killer.
Davis. Miles Davis was smiling to the alligator stuff. I mean,
It still can't touch that combination.
Outside of smiling to the alligator stuff, I mean, what did you get?
It wasn't nothing else. That's what I was pointing out. I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm just pointing it out.
Facts and facts.
That's all.
The dogs are the dogs. The dogs speak for themselves.
That's all. That's all. I'm just bringing it up. You know, we only going on what we got as far as information now. You know, as a reference to the point being made. You know, you can say all the dogs ain't on there, or you know, but we know the dogs that we see on there. We know. Now, if there's anything out there.
Also, again, twin. Also, with you being from that era,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these dogs were doing their thing and being bred. I mean, I'm pretty sure you would have heard of or seen or know somebody who've seen these dogs that may not have been listed on you, as far as the ones that need to be talked about.
Yep.
The people you've been around, like these dogs would have been talked about or mentioned.
I don't see him on there. I don't see him on there. I mean, everybody I know, I see on there. They don't match up to our show tonight. I love Triple M. That's my big brother. Smiley was a registered of merit. Yes, he was, but they did not create the line of dogs. If I start even at yellow, I'm going to start at yellow and stop right there. I don't even want to go back to Yellow John and Red Boy because then, it would be even worse. So I'll start with yellow to give you help. It's not there. So far we didn't have Vengeance and we didn't have Smiley. All great dogs. But we still sitting in this chair being unmoved because nobody still yet has proven us wrong. Not tonight. We're still looking. And it's not like a bash on anybody. All we doing is showing facts and factors. Facts and factors. We backing up what we have said. That's all. And we giving everybody else an opportunity to back it up. And right now, we still sitting in the number 1 seat. And took the number 2 seat with Buck. But Buck needed help. Buck really needed help. We don't have to also we didn't got to use Buck. We can use Dolly, Red Lady. Remember? Dolly and Polly.
Yeah.
They were litter mates. Litter mates. They produced a hell of a 5 dogs. Twisted and them came from that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget California Jack shit. He used it. Don't forget, like you said, Nate Joe Abraham, they used bull. They produced some good dogs. But all in all, they did not produce better than the Buck stuff crossed to the yellow. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Facts is facts. Facts is facts. More consistent. What you're looking for is a formula that's consistent. When you got a breeding program and you're trying to find a pathway and you want to really be involved into the fast lane of the dog world, these dogs that we are pulling up are great dogs. Not taking nothing away from Smiley. Smiley made history. Again, here we got Mason's Beast. We got Triple M Hellcat. We got basically Mason's Hellcat, Mason's Panther, Mason's Battle Cat. You see what I'm saying? Miles Davis.
Yeah.
You know, these are just major names we know. But who else we seeing? We see Harris Champion Cooper. What's his name? Harris Cooper. Cooper, whatever. Okay, there go one. No, we ain't gonna see much after this. I mean, just by looking at this.
Now,
You know what I'm saying?
well, that's a fake pedigree.
Oh, got to be.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like I said, just me, where I was raised in the game, when it comes to looking at genetics, pedigrees, and again, when you talk about the early '80s, '70s, '80s, '90s, early 2000s, there's been a lot of breeds that have been done that we may not know about because this shit just didn't work out. That's why the pedigrees aren't known pedigrees.
Right.
Because if I got a dog, he's a special dog, and I'm in the era of matching dogs, and I breed this motherfucker back to his daughter, and I go to school with them pups, and them dogs don't work out, there's no need to even talk, like you said, what we talking about them dogs for? They don't need to build a pedigree.
That's right.
Unless I'm looking at selling pups.
That's right.
And we know, and yeah, you had dudes that sold, even when you looked at somebody like Al White, and we knew he was a bred dog and he sold dogs. But a lot of his dogs, I mean, most of them were just pedigree or pulling up pups being sold, but he put some match dogs on the ground. We look at Tom. Tom bred up put some match dogs on the ground. So the dogs that produce match dogs and were those match dogs, we know about those dogs. There ain't a whole bunch of, now in today's time, because of the way things are, there may be that situation. We're not looking at today's time. We're just looking at the era when the game was good.
Right.
Again, this is my opinion.
Era
Golden era.
we can talk about.
Those we know the who was who.
Mm.
Who was being matched, who was a badass dog, who was not a badass dog. Like, even if a dog wasn't a badass dog, but this motherfucker went and pulled 3, you knew the dog.
Yes, sir.
Like, he ain't shit, but you had to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but he still was able to pull 3. By hook or crook, if this motherfucker was able to pull 3, he pulled 3. If it had 0 miles, 0 ability, if you couldn't kill him and your dog quit, that still makes him a champion. Now, you can say he was a piece of shit champion, but guess what?
Ain't nobody beat him. Take it for what it is. Somebody was over there. We know one thing for damn sure. There was somebody over there thought they could whoop him. That's all you can say, because you don't know who's gonna win when you first when these matches come together. We talk that shit. We act that way.
I think it was a dog. I remember when I first got into the game, it was a heavy bred Jeep. I think it was Champion Rip was his name. Heavy bred Jeep dog. It was like, this dog, he ain't got no ability, can't bust a grape. But when you go into him, you're going to have to kill him. And the dog was able to pull 3.
Mm-hmm.
No ability, couldn't bite. But if you didn't have a dog that was a killer, it was going to be a long night. It was going to be a long night. And there are those dogs out there, but again, whether this dog pulled 3 under 10 minutes, or it took him 2 hours to pull 3. 3 is 3.
That's right.
Now we can grade them. Now we can grade them based on, okay, this one was better than this one. When we just sit there looking at, was this dog had the ability to pull 3, yes or no? Not how he did it, but did he do it? 3 is 3. 5 is 5. 6 is 6. 1 is 1. Even if you just got 1 is 1. Somebody thought they could beat it, they couldn't, and I took home a winner. That's all that matters.
That's right.
All that matters. Now everybody want to win in style, and you know. But hey, when I load on my pickup truck, I got a smile on my face, or I'm out here looking crazy. At the end of the day, we ball it all down. That's what it all boils down to.
Yep. And we already. I'm going through this buck stuff on Daisy May. I'm just pointing out the numbers based on we on the yellow stuff, but we playing with the buck stuff. And one thing we finding in this buck stuff, we keep bumping into this yellow jocko stuff. The buck stuff works with touch of that red boy. Where are we getting this red boy from? Buck has had it in it. For people who don't know, they go Yellow John.
Mm-hmm.
That's red boy.
357 had it in it.
Yep.
Buck had another. What's the other dog? Let me see. Like if you look at Concrete, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this dog. Concrete Kennels Little Dick. That buck is to a red boy dog. Shave is sexy. Champion. Pure red boy on the bottom.
Okay, let me see if he's on this list here. Let me go back here. I'm trying to find Buckus. Where's Buckus?
Little Dick bred. Little Dick is off of Buck is bred to Shave is sexy. It's on the black Buckus pedigree, not the blue. So if you click on Buckus siblings,
I got him up here. Yeah, Buckus bred to sexy.
yeah. Concrete Kennels Little Dick.
Yep, I got him up.
Pure red on the bottom.
Okay, y'all see
Pure
sexy.
Chavis on the bottom.
That sexy bitch. What sibling? See that little mate? You see Monkey Dust? You see Gypsy, right?
Yeah.
Y'all see that? Sexy and Gypsy were litter mates. Gypsy is Amber's. That's Brat's grandmother right there. That's Brat's. That's Red Ace's mother.
What's the black dog off of Buckus? What's that dog?
There's a black dog over Buckus.
I got it right here. Lefty.
Oh yeah, Lefty. Yeah, didn't he lose? Yeah, he lost, didn't he?
Yeah. That Buck is bred to Rattler Spice. I mean, his bottom side is Zebo Snooty Dog. Well, Chinaman Panther, but pretty much Zebo Snooty Dog.
But he produced some dogs though. Okay, I got him up here now. Buckus got some dogs in here now. He got 3 pages. But look when we look at these dogs. See, we're looking at something totally different than everything everybody else is throwing up there. You know what I'm saying? There you go.
Yeah.
Red to that bottom. Look at that bottom. I'm gonna tell y'all like this. I'm gonna show y'all something. Y'all see that, right? I always tell you, when you see that Zebo around, you're gonna have some good shit. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Thing is, that was Spice. He go Lefty right here. That's Lefty's mama right here. spring. Lefty had a little producing in him. They go grand champion Playboy. Mike, you remember Reckless Kennel? They go July. They go the boys up in Ohio City, shut them down in there. I don't see nothing to write home about though. I'm gonna give him where it's due though.
Yep.
I'm gonna give him where it's due. But what we keep running into Playboy. You know, nothing major coming out of that.
Yep.
And these are the things that I be looking for. You know what I'm saying? When I be looking for the perfect cross, I get down in there, man, and go digging around. You know, when it comes to the opportunity. So when I go searching for champions to breed my bitch to, I'm breaking it down. What is the chances? What is the chances is for me to make something happen with this shit? That's what I be saying. And that's basically what we be doing. We be copying what's already working.
I see a lot of guys. I think a lot of guys they get in trouble. I mean, even when looking at pedigree, you still have to have some type of understanding of traits,
right,
and where those traits are coming from. Because I can look at this male, he produced this particular dog, but where are the traits coming from? So now when I take this male, should I breed back to the top side? Should I breed back to the bottom side? If I'm looking at staying with this particular family of dogs to continue on a particular trait, so you still got to have a working knowledge and understanding of these dogs and this pedigree. Picking up the phone, hey man, what you know about this? You know what thing? Have you seen any of this stuff? Versus just looking at a pedigree, well, this is go good with this based on what's in black and white. Black and white is good, and it's kind of like a road map. I can pull out a map, but I still got to be able to drive the highway to get where I need to go. Just pulling out the map ain't gonna get me where I need to go. I still got to drive, which means when I do these breedings, I got to see traits. I got to see something from this dog. Even if I don't put him on the carpet, this dog showed me traits in a particular arena to say, you know what, this is where the traits are coming from. So now I got a little bit better understanding on where I need to go in my next step to continue perpetuating these particular traits or knowing where I need to add in additional traits that I may not be getting based on particular genetics I'm working with. So still gotta have a working knowledge. And that's where like show you talk in and tell us about this dog, that dog, and what this did, this, that did. Having that old head that you trust the information that sees the thing that can kind of school you, hey, young fella, when I did it, this is what I got, or stay away from this. Even this say Grand Champion Yellow. Even within the yellow family of dogs, there are certain strands of yellow blood that give you these traits. There are certain strands of yellow blood that give you these traits. So even with a particular family of dogs, you still got to know where to go within the family. You just can't say I'm put yellow with yellow with yellow with yellow and people yellow. That shit don't work either.
Nope.
You got to know which strain. Is it from the yellow 2 stuff? Do I need to add the Mayday stuff? Do I need to add the Grand Champion Rodney stuff? Do I need to add some Awesome Baby stuff? Do I need to add on, X, Y, Z, or whatever?
Right.
Even dealing with a particular, even let's say, for example, the Tom dog. By looking at a pedigree, let's say El Negro, let's say Frisco. Every
Right.
Frisco dog didn't produce the same. Every Frisco dog didn't have the same physical traits.
Right.
So just because I see Frisco, I put Frisco and more Frisco, I should get Frisco dog. That shit don't work. I gotta know Frisco crossing to this gave these traits, so when I added to this, I should be able to get this.
Mm-hmm.
Or if this shit gives me bad traits, I need to stay away from this just because it say Frisco. But Frisco crossed into zebra stuff. That shit wasn't pretty good. You got good dogs here or there, but it ain't what I need to get. I need to get Frisco crossed into this particular blood coming off this particular dog from this particular camp or from this particular person. Even within that, you still can break it down even further, knowing where to go. Because all yellow stuff ain't good yellow stuff. Yellow, there's some bullshit yellow dogs out
Yeah.
there. Every line of dog got, use my language, but every line of dog got bullshit aspects to it. That just because the name on the pedigree shows up, that don't mean it's good shit. Have you seen these dogs work? Have you seen what these dogs were able to produce firsthand, or even from somebody whose information you trust? Hey, homeboy, you know anything about these dogs? Yeah, man, I seen a couple of them. I had some of this shit, and that's some good shit. I bet. I'm about to pick up some pups or get it from such and such. Or no, you don't want to get it from here. You might want to go over here and get particular blood you're looking for. So even within doing breeds, and even within a particular family of dogs, you still got to know what strain of blood to go to, what strain of blood to stay away from. You motherfucker might throw a lot of my cold dog. These dogs throw bad teeth. And I had a little of this shit, and all the motherfuckers, about 2 years old, when I finished school, ain't none of them had teeth in their head. That could be something, a genetic flaw in just a dog that lose teeth at a rapid pace. If that's something you want to deal with, I done did a breed, school these dogs out, these motherfuckers 2.5 years old, and when these motherfuckers got teeth in their head, nobody wants to deal with that. Just even that next level of knowledge. These dogs throw names a lot. So this dog throw bad coats. So this dog throw real bad cowhawk dogs. Like even when I'm talking to my homeboys, we even look at stuff like that, actual structure of the dog. If I put this motherfucker on a meal, we got this east to west and front feet, can he work a meal? Or I gotta worry about bad joints, and I gotta worry about him being cowhawk and not be able to push off on his back end because he used to be able to cowhawk. This is something that's prevalent in this particular strand of blood. Like stuff like that, you also have to be keen to when you're talking about adding in a particular strand of blood or working with a particular strand of blood that me and my fellas that we talk about kind of, brainstorm off each other. Which a lot of people, I don't hear a lot of people, discuss those type of things, the actual physical station of the dog. Now you talk about the Mayday dogs and line of dogs you had. That shit through well-built APBT'S show quality dogs. Powerful built dogs, which means these dogs will hold up to a certain level of stress or hold up to a certain level of physical abuse to where they're not super thin bones. Where if they get big off the leg, boom, I got trouble. Versus these dogs well-built muscle, big thick bones, so this dog get hit across the front leg, this motherfucker gonna hold up versus he gets touched and snap, crackle, and pop. I don't want to line a dog, thin bone dog. That's something I wouldn't want to deal with in a whole yard full of motherfuckers. I got to worry about, thin bones, bad coats, these motherfuckers, severely cowhawks. You're not saying you can't get bad dogs from there, but just knowing I got well-built, healthy, strong dogs before I even get to the point of schooling process, before I get to the point of putting them in a key, and the tool, putting the dog, through a key, breaking them down, building them up, breaking them down, building them up. This motherfucker gonna fall apart after the first 3-4 weeks of physically, he just ain't got it in. Like those are things that I try to look at or brains like OGs I deal with. I talk to them about as far as just looking at dogs, things they pay attention to when they do their breeds, things like that. Things you've even mentioned on here as far as the physical structure, the station of a dog.
Right.
For well-built dogs, even before we even get to, all right, it's time to put the work in. You know what I'm saying? Those are things, I try to pay attention to, or try to get as much information I can before, you go out here and the money and the time, really the time, because the time you can't get back. Doing a breed and shit, all these motherfuckers, 28 pounds, man, I can't do nothing with this. A whole little 25-pound dogs. Or all these motherfuckers, super heavy, like those things. This shit throw big dogs. This shit throw small dogs, You're trying to break it down to the micros.
Mm-hmm.
And again, some people, it may not mean a whole lot, but to me, how look at those type of things when you look at a family dog. This shit throw weak dogs, weak, frail dogs, or this shit go big ass tanks.
Yep, you're right.
You a military man. When you go to war, you want a tank or you want a stagecoach. You talking about going to war?
I'm getting that damn tank. Shit, fuck that stagecoach. Give me a stagecoach. I'm gonna turn it around and go the other way. You must want me to go home. Give me the stagecoach. I'm getting that mother go home.
Like I said, those are the things I try to pay attention to. Looking at pedigrees, looking at dogs, old pictures of dogs, like them old school dogs. Them motherfuckers was built.
Yeah.
Them dogs just look. I mean, they just look different. You know what I'm saying? Them motherfuckers look like they was ready for battle. Big ass blockhead heads and big, just big, thick ass dogs.
All these
Well built dogs.
All of them always go back to the yellow.
Yeah, if you notice, that's what I've been doing, just clicking through, and you didn't notice most of the dogs that I've been running across, the yellow and the patchy stuff works.
Yep.
That's what I got a latch on, and I held on to that, and the proof is in the writing. I said, you give me some Jeep and some yellow and some buck, and I'll show you some winning dogs. If you look on your all-rim list, you're going to find them up there at the top tier. I said the top tier. If you're playing around in the top tier and you want to match some damn dogs, you go play around in the top tier. You play around in the top tier. Now, I'm going to go over there and in the same motion, I said the same thing about why Victor was so lucky with Mayday. Because Mayday had the perfect combination. He had the Eli, same thing as the Jeep. Come on now. He had the Jeep. And he had the buck and the yellow. You see what I'm saying? He had the Patrick Tater.
Yeah.
Patrick Tater. Patrick Little Tater. Key factor to that buck star. And that's why when I go talking about the buck dogs, I always revert back to Bolio is the red boy dogs and the buck dogs. Bolio is the common factor. Because I can take Bolio and run up and start a whole new pedigree like Red Boy did. Am I right?
Correct.
Same thing. You're going to get a bunch of damn good dogs out of this shit. And I'm on Bolio now. You see all that?
Yeah.
He's the common factor. He's the red boy. You go to red boy, you see the same old scattered stuff in there, but you see there's a common factor. Because I can take Bolio and go off into the boil shit, can't I?
Yep.
And that's where the killer shit was. Okay? That's where that killer shit was. When you go off that way, you're going to run into that boil shit. It's still bringing you bulldogs, but it's bringing you another type of bulldog.
And you know what? While we talking about it, if we based on the dogs that we talk about, and we've had these dogs on our yard, these dogs had traits.
Yeah.
Not just because they was on our yards, these traits followed them in other people's hands.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like we just breeding papers. We were actually breeding the quality of the dog and the traits, trying to bring it forward to make it better or make it your own, you know?
Yeah. Even with, I think, Schoolboy even kind of here, you got to think back when the game got over here, first dogs were brought over here, it wasn't a whole bunch of pedigrees. They were putting dogs with dogs. Like you said, most of them couldn't even read, so they wasn't reading out no pedigree. They was just putting dogs with dogs. So
that's all they were doing. Yep.
If you breed traits, you don't even have to have pedigree one, and you can still create some badass dogs by breeding traits to traits. If I take a hard biting male and a hard biting bitch, and just breed a hard biting dog with a hard biting dog, the likelihood I'm gonna get some hard biting dogs is very, very, very high. I stay on that cap of breeding hard biting dogs, a hard biting dog.
Now you know only
Game
reason
dog,
we
game dog, game. Now the pedigrees, it helps when
yeah
it comes to tracking your breedings and
right.
okay,
That's
when
what
you
I'm gonna
start
tell
breaking it
you.
down, staying with. But just in a vacuum, if you breed traits to traits, smart ass dog to smart ass dog, take them pups, breed smart dog, take them pups, breed smart dog. You have at some point you have a yard full of smart ass dogs.
Now you know we only
Without
use
knowing
papers.
how.
You know we only use papers to cheat.
Yeah, and again, not saying papers aren't neat because you
Right.
still want to track the
Keep you from
lineage of
running
what you
right. You
got.
keep you from running around dealing with
But
the bullshit. You know we can see. You know what I mean? But then we cutting corners because shit, we want to see. And let me see the pedigree. I want to see how much of this kind of shit is in it.
yeah,
You know, you
but
got to
like,
go there.
somebody brought up the other day. But people talking about they preserving the blood. You can preserve a whole lot of shit. You can be preserved. You can be preserving a whole bunch of bullshit. So what's the effort you put in preserving all these blood, reading this to this to this to this, but it's all bullshit. So you got 10 generations of just bullshit to bullshit, but based on the paperwork, I'm gonna read this to this to this. But and none of these dogs show you no traits. Never, the only teeth they put into was biting dog food. So how do you know what traits you were able to lock in without putting this dog in a particular arena to show you the traits that you captured through your years of breeding?
Mm-hmm.
At some point, these breedings have to bear fruit in the sense of I gotta see what this dog is. Is this dog a hard biting dog? Is this dog a game dog? I can't take a whole bunch of game papers and read the game papers and put the game papers, the hard biting papers, and think I'm gonna sell somebody a dog and they get this dog. This fucker got a mouth on the level 2, but the paperwork say mouth, because you never actually saw the male and female you put together. This individual dog carries the level of mouth that I want. Does this female carry the level of mouth that I want? If both do, I'm gonna breed them together. Versus paperwork says she comes 3 generations of hard biting dogs. I'm gonna take a breeding to this dog. This paperwork says he offers 3 generations of hard biting dogs. I'm gonna breed together. I'm gonna get hard biting dogs. That math don't math.
It's true.
But we see that in a lot of pedigrees we see on the internet. Then when you sell somebody a dog, this motherfucker bring out his ass. You sold him the dog for a nice dollar, but this man get the dog because he's trying to do something. And this dog fall flat on his face, you be like, hold on. But the paperwork say paperwork don't bite. I can't put paperwork on a cat meal.
That's
I
right.
can't put paperwork on an APT. I can't bet money on paperwork. But today's game is we'll look at the papers. Like, and I think the genetics are out there in the world. We have the genetics we need. We understand, you know, the world is different. It ain't like it was. You guys like to do everything. All that's understood. But I do feel if there was more effort into actually, I got to see something. I feel like if everybody had that mindset, I got to see something before I put this male on top of this female, we would get those. And I'm not saying to be the same thing like those Hall of Famers that were from yesteryear. We may not get as many that were out there when you guys were running around.
Mm-hmm.
But the genetics are here to create that next world-class dog that the world knows about. But it's too much. Well, I'm just gonna put this with this and sell it because man, look at the paperwork. Look at all this right here. Okay, what did the mom and daddy do? Besides bite dog food all their life. Because Grand Champion Yellow threw curves, Buck threw curves, Vincent threw curves,
All of them throw curves.
Everybody threw curves. Everybody threw cold dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody threw one-dimensional dogs. How do you know the dog you got in a curve? How do you know the dog you got in a one-dimensional dog? All he did was bite dog food. But I'm a breeder. I'm gonna sell the puppies, but man, look at the pedigrees. I'm gonna sell them for $2,500. At some point, you got to see some type of attributes, whether it's wall climbing, flat mirror racing, squirrel hunting, hog hunting, whatever you do, you got to see something. This dog got to show me something if I breed this dog.
Right.
I got to see something. That's just my mindset. That's how I was raised. You got to see something. And if I don't see what I need to see, ain't gonna be no paperwork sent in. Ain't gonna be no pedigree built. Ain't none of that. I'm not putting none of my effort on something that's yesterday's news.
Right.
Go on to the next.
Right.
Go on to the next. Go on to the next.
Yep, you're right. That is the truth.
But
we ain't wasting no time on no bullshit.
Yeah. Like I said, it's I've seen some pedigrees. You be like, man, that should be nice. But again, the paperwork said it should be nice. Is this dog nice? Like I said, people, it's some real nice breeders that are bred. Again, I'm just based on the paperwork, but are the dogs nice? And I got to tell people, in 2024, people selling paperwork. They're not selling dogs. Ain't nobody buying dogs. I ain't saying nobody. Large majority of people out here on the internet, not saying on the back street, but people on the back street still getting it in. They still, keeping it true to the game. The game is still the game. But I think the game would be in a better place if we all, put as much as we can, because again, the world is different.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it true to the game as much as we can, and every dog got to earn that right. Every dog has to earn that right. Unless it's a cold dog, if it's a cold dog, hey, now let me look at the paperwork and make it my own personal decision on, based on the paperwork, I'm making a conscious decision to breed this cold dog. Whatever comes from it, comes from it. That's a different discussion. But outside of that, if this dog is showing me everything, hey, everybody get their shot at the time. Everybody get their shot at the time.
You're right, no.
This is my two cents for what it was worth.
Well, guess what?
Everybody is not the game is not cookie cutter. Everybody got their own operation and how they do what they do. It's not meant to be everybody do it a certain way. But as long as we keep it real, keep it true to the game, and whatever that says, keeping it true to the game to each individual person, that's for each individual person.
Yep, you're right. But I don't think guys see that breeding like that. They too busy trying to put papers together.
Yeah, the money too good.
Yeah.
Trying to make that money. Get that money.
Yep.
Joe was selling puss for $2,500, and hey.
I want to go out and do some real shit.
I'm trying to get the money. Dog, I was joking with my homeboy. I said breeding dogs is a new dope game. Instead of taking dope game chances, I just breed dogs and try to make dope money off selling dogs.
Mm-hmm.
The dog game is a new dope game.
And it is. It is. And everybody buying trash.
Everybody got that work. Right. Everybody got that blue man.
Well, I ain't gonna call them trash. I'm gonna put it like this: everybody buying a hope and a dream.
A hope and a dream.
Yeah.
In order to sell somebody else a dream.
Yeah.
I'm buying a dream to sell you a dream.
Put the dog on the flirt pole, let him shake that up a little bit, throw a little thing out there, how he barking at that shit, and I got a whole little of this shit. Get on my yard.
The puppies getting it. Or the puppies getting into it. Oh man, look at the puppies. Look at the puppies. A year later, twin, what happened to them boys? Them some bad little pups. Man, I burned them out. I must have burned them out. Cause they got 2 years old, all of a sudden bitch start quitting. but you should be able to look at a pedigree and know if you got something to stand on. One thing about the dogs you see me pulling up, they have strong background. And a whole lot of tattoos here and there. You know what I'm saying? And it's staying consistent. Yeah.
And we did this tonight not really being unknowingly, but I still prove my point as far as the formula. The winners. Even still, the winners that we was pulling up were bred great.
Yeah.
Even,
Like you said, match dogs bring match dogs.
match dog's gonna bring your match dog. Now you want to play?
Like if you look at the ROM list, if you look at the top 10, I think Tab is up there.
Yep. Tab up there, Yellow John up there.
But if you look at the top 10, I would say what 6 or 7 of the top 10 were all match dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Because Bolio was supposedly a one-time winner itself, right?
Yep.
I mean, outside of Tab, Frisco, well, quote unquote Frisco. But Vinny tells a story like Frisco was going to be a match dog before Soda, before Tom got him back. So you kind of take that for what it's worth.
Yeah.
But most of the dogs on that list were match dogs. Yella, Mayday, Buck, G. I mean, those are the 4 names, pretty much the 4 Hall of Famers, match dogs. And even you keep coming down that list. You might see a dog that wasn't a match dog that produced that's on that list, but you don't get to skip a whole bunch of non-match dogs when you get to the next match dog.
Yeah,
match dog, no match dog. Match dog, no, I mean, it's match dogs.
That's all.
But like, it's kind of how this shit go.
You're right. That's how it
match
goes.
dogs, you breed match dogs, or you create match dogs to breed to further match dogs. Dogs like Tab and those dogs aren't the backbone. And again, Tab added legacy. Y'all don't misquote what I'm saying. When we look at the legacy of the game, the match dogs are the ones that are the legacy of the game. For every Tab, you got 6 or 7 match dogs that added a chapter to the history books of the game.
That's true.
Females, it's match dogs. Dogs that actually did something. Everybody trying to create the next big Tab. Well, he ain't gonna do nothing, but he gonna produce. Huh? Nah, I just take my money. Somewhere else. I appreciate y'all.
17 damn pages, 847 damn offspring. And you mean to tell me out of that many offspring, I ain't got 100 champions? We got a problem. What you say, James?
Yeah. I mean, like I say, what hands did they go into, and who they? I mean, now it's a breeder's game today.
Yeah, James.
Everybody a breeder.
You're right. It all depends on who hands they go into. What brings that height? Everybody want a Tab dog, right? But it's still the fact is 847 offspring, and we don't have 100 champions.
That's right. I mean, but that's what if you look at it like that, it is what it is. I mean, Mayday had 1,500?
Right. At least we're supposed to have at least 100 champions.
I wish. Okay, my whole yard would be.
But that goes to show you, it really depends on the people with the dogs. Mm-hmm. The bigger the hype, the more people that's gonna have the dogs that ain't worth shit. You feel me?
Yeah.
Them the ones out there that just want to say they had a dog off of so and so.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say when Tab came along, was we trending more towards the puppy hustling part of the game, or was it still during the time where it was about we got to prove it on a Saturday night, or was he part of that new age of, hey, And Tab produced some good dogs. He got, he got some good dogs out there. But was he kind of that new ushering in of the go stack the pedigrees and sell brood styles and get the puppy sales up? Was that he kind of part of that new wave of?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
we need that Jeep.
Based on the time frames.
We need that Jeep.
Based on the.
That's what it was. That's when everybody was crying. We needed. We gotta keep you the new Jeep. You know.
Gotcha.
That they
so
rode that train.
Yeah, Tab was the new Jeep.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, Tab was the new Jeep. That's why.
So what you're saying is when Tab came along, because of the Jeep fame, when Tab came along and put some good ones on the ground, everybody wanted to stack up on Tab in that effort to stack up on and preserve Jeep.
Yep.
You got Gator.
Gotcha.
You don't think Gator helped that process? Well,
I mean, look at the dogs and breed. I mean, I can't disagree with that.
Damn right.
Can't disagree.
They all need that red boy. They don't let him fool you. They don't let him fool you. It's still a red boy. Talk all the shit they want.
Gotta have that red boy.
Gotta have that red boy. All this black shit. All that black shit. There goes Shirley.
Gotta have the red boy.
Remind them who she is, bro. Wood Shirley.
That's Wood Shirley. That's James Pope dog right there. I'm always, every time I see, I always rest in peace, James Pope. Yes, sir. I'm telling you, I had the littermate to this shit. His name was Lil Bosco. So did I had this dog right here, littermate brother.
Good dog too, though.
And went down and grabbed and let me see where Lumpy at. I know Lumpy on here some damn where. Cause she was down there triple bred. Yeah, she was a triple bred. She was damn near triple bred gator. But he didn't produce like I thought he would either. He produced some good ones, but shit, I think Blackjack produced better.
Yep. Like even when you look at Tab going into the Gator stuff, I mean, even when you look at the Rascal stuff, even that Jeep Rascal cross, I mean, a lot of the prominent, I don't say a lot, I haven't looked at it yet, but I would like to take a look at when it comes to just the Blackjack, Weird Jack, that family of dogs, like the Rascal shit helped kind of, push that forward a little bit outside of the Jeep. But like you said, when you look at Blackjack and when you look at Black Girl, I mean, you got a little bit of Jeep in there, but it's a Rascal dog. You got Bosco, you got Shirley too. Both those are Rascal dogs. Even when you look at the Blackjack, the Weird Jack, that tree coming down off of Tab, I mean, the Rascal stuff played a prominent part in that as well. And just with the Jeep Rascal cross itself. Like, even when you look at the Don Broad stuff, a lot of his dogs were Jeep Rascal crosses too, right?
Yeah.
Which is another part of that Jeep family of that branch that breaks off from Jeep. You look at the Don Broad, you look at the Al White stuff he did with Jeep, James, Pit Stop Kennels. They were more a honey bunch than they were a Jeep. Because you look at a lot of them Pit Stop Kennel dogs, it was more, I would say they had honey bunch dogs before I would say they had Jeep dogs, in my personal opinion. You break down their dogs. You look at like Pit Stop Kennel Mechanic and Romeo and Haas and all them dogs.
Mm-hmm.
They were more a honey bunch than they were, quote unquote Jeep dogs. I would put them more as honey bunch dogs. Like you said, when you look at the Gator, Blackjack, Weird Jack dogs that, Woodall dogs, those are more Rascal influence, with that, I guess guess you call it a three-way cross, Jeep, Red Boy, Raptor, three-way cross. That put some good ones out there.
Mm-hmm.
Even like with the Wood stuff and the Mosley stuff, which is kind of that might be the only true. I ain't gonna say only. I don't want to use the words only, but one of the more prominent, heavy, quote unquote, pure rascal line. When you look at the Wood stuff and the Mosley stuff, it was just just the rascal family of dogs. And those dogs, they got a couple of match dogs out of there. Nothing, world changing, but you still got a nice solid foundation. When you look at, like I said, the Woods dog, their strand of rascal dogs. When you look at the Mosley strand of rascal dogs, which predominantly was just rascal. Probably a little bit of Jeep in there, but mostly rascal dogs. That was another family of dogs on its own there. I think you could have got some good dogs out of it, just staying with that family of dogs, but not to say it could have stood against, the yellow family of dogs.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Like I said, it's a lot of family. Like I said, when you look at the Woods and the Mosley, just quote unquote rascal dogs, or you look at just Jeep dogs, or you look at just Eli, family of dogs, yellow steel tips the scale. When you look at production and the level of production, we start talking about champions, grand champions, and POR dogs and ROM dogs. Like, you still got to go with yellow.
A lot of us used we used to bring like the Gator dogs. We weren't really looking for what we were looking for the Gator dogs to do was to bring the Jeep shit closer to the front. As we added the Buck shit, the Red Boy shit. Remember, we wasn't trying to go away. We trying to bring all the good shit to the front. So when you make that monster cross again, we always came back with the monster dogs because we still breed within our own parameter. Good dogs produce good dogs. And I'm over been sitting here running through these things, and he keep running across these going hard dogs. So that's just to show y'all we tried everything possible to keep the best in the front, not in the 6th and the 7th generation, not even in the 5th. We got to see it in the 2nd and the 3rd because that helps us bring it to the front because we expect by the time we hit our 1st and 2nd, we ought to be doing something or have something to show for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we dance around a lot.
Cause even when you look at like the Busenberg dogs, I mean, it was the Jeep top, but then when you look at the bottom side, a lot of that stuff was coming down through the Rattler stuff and the La Passe stuff, and the Snooty stuff gave that a good push as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like I said, the Busenberg was another branch off of Jeep, but it wasn't just a quote unquote pure Jeep line of dog. It had a little bit of stuff that's added into it to keep it going forward.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we kept a lot of that Eli shit coming by the way of the Snooty shit instead of the Jeep shit.
Yeah.
Cause you gotta have that Eli to bring that damn mouth. We ain't looking for mouth out of Jeep all the time. We gotta go get outside of him and go get that other part of that Eli to bring that mouth.
Correct. That is correct.
That's a triple bred Jeep bitch right there.
That bitch laid and died on my damn yard, right along with the great dogs. See, Pope hooked me on the Jeep and told me he sits on the top of the all-rim list. Don't never get away from it. he the one that took me away from that Snooty shit, you know what I'm saying? And brought me into the world of the Jeep dogs. He went and got me one. Bought and put it at my doorstep. James Pope bought that dog to me.
Big shout out to Scratchline News. He said Grand Champion Midnight was the only dog that could stand next to Yellow as far as great goes, performance and production, and has a historical lineage in front of it and behind it.
You're right.
Which is right.
Somebody bought it. It had to be one of my students. It had to be one of my students to straighten shit out. You damn right. Let's go look. Because Grand Champion Midnight was a producer motherfucker. Mm-hmm.
See, that's that Eli you talk about. Go outside the Jeep and go back and grab this shit.
But look. See, here's the factor. Let's get back to the factor though.
The bolio.
Okay, let's go back to look at the factors. We have factor moments right here. You see the factor moment. There it is. Factor moment. Factor moment. Factor moment. He had a lot of help. Hold on. Okay? That is true. Now let's go look at the top. Because he can fall right in there with the Bolio buck dogs. That's because we was talking about Indian Bolio, right? I said he was a factor just like Red Boy. You know what I'm saying? He falls into that buck category. You know what I'm saying? Indian Bolio, Patrick Little Teddy, Grand Champion buck, and then we can just run off all the other buck shit that we saw tonight. So we're looking at a buck dog here, which is really still a carver dog. Am I correct, gentlemen? Point being made. You know, so he's supposed to be able to stand up, wouldn't you say? Because ain't that what we've been talking about? He still falls in that category. Go look at Pistol, and let's see. Can Pistol do it on his own without her? Huh. Can he do it on his own without her? Hell no. You got Jesse Rise Midnight. That's it. And I'm talking about old Pistol. He needed help, and he got help. That help was right here. Nothing else. There go Headache. Remember Headache, Mike? Yeah. Still need help. Look at the ones I'm pointing out. Look at the match dog, Eli. I'm trying to find, okay, here go one. Let's see about this champion here. That's Headache right there. Okay. Out of all the dogs, he produced one champion without her. You see what I'm saying? That's it. So who's the player? Who's the major factor in that cross? Bolio. Because without this bitch, he wouldn't be. He ain't got nothing. Nothing. This dog right here is supposed to be able to produce. You see what I'm saying? Got to be able to produce. I mean, and keep it real. I'm still trying to find out what makes him be able to stand up with the shit that we talking about tonight. I'm sure he run a little show, but he falls in the fact that he better off staying over there with the Bolios. You know what I'm saying? Cause he ain't standing into this Red Boy Yellow shit, bro. I'm sorry. He ain't standing.
The thing is, when you look at Midnight, except for you come all the way down to Vengeance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the Vengeance, though, what other branches does Midnight have out there when it comes to high level production and performance? You can't have just one branch and compare yourself to Grand Champion Yellow.
That's right.
Yellow got a forest. These dogs just got one branch.
Yeah,
It's different.
That's true.
Hella fine dogs, but shit is different. Can't have just one branch.
But again, he's a bolio dog, man. This is the major factor. Yes, right. Because look here. Can we call this the major factor to what made him great? Excuse me. Okay, we already picked on Midnight, right? It's clear that we was pointing out the bolio. That's this shit right here. That bitch right there. Without her, he ain't shit. I mean, Jeremiah said, but he ain't produced shit without her. He ain't produced shit without her. That dog ain't produced shit without her but Midnight. I mean, you got a headache and all them, but let me click on it again. We got her. I said, this dog ain't produced nothing without that bitch. Right there. Look at down through there. There she go. 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 Now let's pick the winner. There go one. That ain't her. One. Headache. Nigga. You know what I'm saying? All of them was off of this bitch here. Midnight. Now, without her, this dog here ain't produced shit. The factor is her. Yeah, I'll give her a Hall of Fame name. I don't understand why that much, but the dog was heavy bolio. Whole bottom side of that dog bolio. Whole top side of the dog, bolio. Y'all see that, right? So he still falls. This dog here, Midnight, does not stand up to the yellow dogs, but he is already in that category of the buck stuff. The buck dogs, the bolio dogs, the little Patrick Tater dogs. All goes back to Indian bolio. And this dog right here was a heavy bolio dog. And without this bitch, this dog ain't produced shit. So when we go back and look at Vengeance, which he's already part of the crew, and we've already proven that, it wasn't that damn strong now. Hold on. But Vengeance, still, what was the major factor in Vengeance? The bolio. So Vengeance was already bought into the table. He cannot stand up to yellow, and he showed we got to give him the love with the Indian bolio stuff. Which the Indian bolio stuff is like the rare boy stuff, and that's what we was talking about earlier. The rare boy stuff does play a part. I guarantee you took Vengeance and was starting to cross his ass and got away from this damn Eli stuff. And started crossing back into that yellow stuff, you would have had Vengeance sitting up there. Then we would have had something to talk about. But they never really took Vengeance and brought him back into the Rare Boy shit.
They was banking on that Eli shit.
Yeah, they banking on that hard biting Eli shit because that shit black. No, throw some Brindle red shit up in there, some Brindle shit. Because Pistol wasn't shit. I'm trying to tell you, Pistol wasn't shit without this Beano bitch. You know how I look at him, I say, okay, what was the major factor then, y'all? Not taking nothing away from Host Jeremiah and all them, but let's keep it real. Who was the major factor there? Because without her, he wasn't producing shit. So what's the key factor? Not taking nothing away from Miss Spike and Pistol and all them, but that bitch right there, that bitch was the key piece. She didn't have nothing but some monsters down there. While y'all playing, this shit right here, we take this tombstone shit and run it all over the place. Now we down there running around in her pedigree. You know, she has siblings. What's her sibling? Let me show you the sibling, the cremator. Is that cremator right there? Yes, it is. Litter mates. You see that shit?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to find this one in Mayday. Y'all see what I'm saying? Yeah. You're going to find that in Mayday Crossway, Eli. Champion Crash. Uptown Stubby and motherfucking Tonka.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, when you look at the Tombstone Red Baby, you got Cremator, two-time Tonka, Champion Raw, Crash Champion.
That's right.
Champion.
Yep. All that.
So, I mean, you see, this particular breeding, well, it was fruitful because you had a litter of talented dogs. So that means the genetics that were captured in this litter, it wasn't just a one-off. It was a litter of talented dogs, whether it's producing or performing.
That's right. And I can click on any one of them. Like I was saying, what is the key factor here? Look at that shit. That shit right there with the lineup. That was the lineup. This shit right here, this cross right here made a major factor in the dog game back in the day. If it don't be for this cross right here, we wouldn't have a grand champion buck. Let me say it again. Without that cross right there, we wouldn't have a grand champion buck. See, these is lineups. We know back here why Buck could produce dogs. At least winning dogs, you know what I'm saying?
I don't understand why I talk about it.
Look at this chick here, Offspring. They go Idi Amin. He's another one to produce some good dogs. This shit right here gonna take me all the way to Mayday. All the way to Mayday. Watch it. It's going to take me all the way to Mayday. They're going to Mayday mama. Rest my damn case. Now, we can't say yellow was a major factor in that cross. But we can damn near say after talking tonight, Bolio and yellow is the key. Indian Bolio is the red boy. You know what I'm saying? In the buck dogs, in the Patry dogs.
That's the grade out though.
You put them two together, you got greatness. They put yellow on top of that, you got greatness. You got greatness.
That's what we talk about tonight. Great dogs. What the hell do a great dog look like?
Like this shit. Got Little May's sister, Polly. Got Little May's sister. Sibling. Ain't even got her on here. Yeah, all I gotta do is pull up Twisted. Because Twisted was double red. Twisted had Dolly and Polly in this shit. You know, they had her, what, Red Lady or some shit like that. Did I spell it right? Did I spell it right? Let me see. No, I didn't. I don't know how to twist it. Look how that dog is bred. Right there. That's not even her right breeding. That dog right there, they did the same thing that they did with Buck. That dog right there is not Hollingsworth Red Lady. That's supposed to be Hollingsworth Polly. Hollingsworth Polly. Watch this. See that? The bitch produces. What do they call her name? What's her name? What they call her? Like a little mate sister. To that whole line of, look at that, May May. You see them names on there. You see them dogs, straight killers. Full litter mate. That is the same dog. And you see what they call her, Red Lady. That's twisted. That's that bottom and twisted. They had the pedigree wrong. That's why she's a registered mare. Yeah. See, they go twist his mama right there. Bam. What I tell you? Now that's the right pedigree. We still dealing with that same old shit. You know what I'm saying? But that pedigree, like I said, that pedigree wasn't right. And here's the other little trick to the puzzle. Look at all that G. And Twisted produced some nice ass dogs. And that ain't all of them. Where Max at? You know what I'm saying? Max ain't on there. I don't see Max in there nowhere. Yeah, 5-time winner and he lost to Cochise. There's another badass dog right here, No Name. Now look, y'all, No Name, they had Barracuda, May May, and Bam Bam. 2 reported, 3 unreported. See, he fell in that line because they sold May May to Prozac. Because May May's first 2 matches were with No Name Kennels. But them was great lines.
And you say you put May May right up there with a dog like that. That type of dog.
Oh, May May was the shit. May May was a killer, bro. This bitch right here.
Apex Predator.
Apex Predator. Look, that's Fat Bill's bitch. But what they didn't tell you is right after she beat Fat Bill's bitch, she went in there and killed motherfucking Nene. And Fat Bill was scared to take Chi-Chi into Nene because Nene wasn't going past 20 minutes.
They went into her because she was only a 2-time winner.
Yeah, Fat Bill went into her when she was a 2-time winner.
With his 7-time winner.
With his 7-time winner. And then she went after Nene. Nene was a 4-time winner, was stopping dogs in less than 20, didn't ever see 30 minutes, 1-4 without going 30 minutes. Chi-Chi didn't jump on her. They was both at the same weight. Neither dog wanted to go into each other. After he knocked off Chi-Chi, he went and got for that 4-time winner. That's how she won her 4th match. She beat Nene. Nene was a 4-time winner. Killer. May May stop both them bitches. Quick. Yes, this was the baddest bitch next to motherfucking Pandy. She would have been a multi-winner if she hadn't froze. She died in the winter. But that was a nasty, badass bitch. She could wreck one. I'm trying to tell you, bro. That bitch right there was a badass dog. That's the closest thing I can tell you was to Pandy. And her, look at her sibling. Look at her sibling is.
Haunch, ain't it? Is it Haunch?
Haunch,
Yeah.
Haunch and Napalm. That bitch right there could produce some shit too. You're going to find her in a lot of pedigrees.
Yep.
Grand Champion Yellow Man. Ding, ding, ding. We double bred that shit over here. Consistency is what we're talking about, right, gentlemen? If you want some consistent shit, if you cannot read the puzzle and how to put the puzzle together, look over here now. Remember that shit I kept talking about? You keep bumping into this Toro shit. I'm going to keep on taking you back to that red boy. I'd already told you I hate my guts every time I say it. When I started talking about Jocko, Jocko was the salt on the pepper. But was he a factor? Hell no. I can take Jocko and run it. Run all this shit. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's the major factor at, y'all? You see what I'm saying? There is none. Two pages of this shit. Yeah, I remember Hubcap, but there's no major factor here. There is no major factor here. Nothing in comparison. Nothing in comparison. And this is the out that we got. What's this? All this shit right here, this blinded shit, that Chris's Pit, you'll find that in the bottom. That's the only piece of Jocko that our dog Amber had in her. Look down there. Look it down there. Triple bred Jocko. Yeah, that's good. Ain't that the same dog, ain't it? That blondie bitch. Chris's Pit was double. Look. Blondie. Jocko bred the Chris's Pit. Chris's Pit. Double bred Jocko. You see what I'm saying, man? Mm-hmm. No major factor. I mean, everything else in his pedigree is Red Boy. Who's the major factor in Amber?
Red Boy.
You know, people get mad when I say the Jocko is not a major factor. And I can do the same thing with Yellow. Get all that damn shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying he's a part of the genetics. But what was the major factor of this winning shit? You know, everybody make it like, you know, it wouldn't have been shit without Jocko. I'm not saying that.
Even when you look at Jocko.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at Jocko, you look at all his winning kids. Every last one of them. I'm talking about the winning kids.
The winning kids.
They got Red Boy in them. They got Red. I think maybe one dog. All of them got Red Boy in them.
Yes, sir.
Miss Jocko probably his most famous offspring.
Mm-hmm. Yellow.
Got Red Boy on her bottom side.
Sandy.
And
Yellow.
Yep.
No, that's inbred. Inboard. And that's inbred is what she produced.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Dangerous Dan, Red Boy.
Yep.
You look at Chavis Bucket, Red Boy. You look
at all that
Chavis
shit.
Margaret, 2-time winner.
All that's over Yellow John.
But the key factor is if you look at all these kids, I ask people this question. If you take away termite, right? You take away termites. You taking away hyena. You taking away Cyrus. You taking away all them dogs. Them dogs. The termite was a Jocko Red Boy dog. He had Red Boy pedigree, right?
Yes.
If you take away termite from the equation, there is no legacy for Jocko.
It sure the hell ain't. Thank you. They get mad when I say he was not a major factor in them Red Boy dogs. They gets mad. Well, it wouldn't be a yellow. We know that. We didn't say take him out. He's part of it, but he's not the contributing major factor. You don't see an ROM up in this shit nowhere. He made this bitch all win. He did. Yellow John did. Damn, I messed up. What did I do wrong here? Let me go back.
Because the old man had Jocko and he had Yellow John. So he had both dogs.
Yep.
So there's a reason why one dog legacy stopped for whatever reason, and one dog legacy kept going. And the old man had both dogs. The dog named it Champion Chavis Yellow John. Red Boy dog.
Yep.
Other dog, Chavis Jocko.
Her little man sister.
And one dog was a full-time back-end killer. So you got this full-time back-end killer, and outside of termite, there's no lesson. So does that mean, that simply means to me, the old man bred that dog. And he wasn't getting nothing for action with. We knew he matched dogs.
Now read what it say now.
That Yellow John shit, he got matched dogs.
Yes, sir. Read what it say about it.
I mean,
read what it say about Apple. Rat's Pearl lost to Bass's grand champion Molly B. In the same show, her daughter lost to Molly B's daughter, Edwards champion Red Lady. Judo mama. You see what I'm saying? I told you, man, this Jocko shit, they gets mad when I say that. They gets mad at me when I say that.
Even if you look at Jocko, like if you look at GFC, one-time winner, one-time loser.
Yep.
Chavis Lady Road, Jocko daughter, one-time loser. You look at Desperado, which is Jocko back to his half-sister, one-time loser. I mean, I didn't say anything else.
Hey, I just be trying to give him the, you know, and can't say he didn't produce some good ones now, because he did, but
he did.
There he was not the contributor factor.
Barella is a 50-50 dog.
Yep.
Chavis Pearl's a Red Boy dude. You look at, I mean, Hubcap was a champion, which was Jocko. But this is how I look at it. If Jocko back to his half sister, so you're talking double Hank. So to me, Hubcap is a Hank dog. That's not a Jocko dog because Jocko is half sister, half brother to Cold Cat, but I'm double bred Hank. To me, that's a Hank dog.
Yep.
But I can at least say Jocko did sire the dog, and Hubcap is a champ. But outside of Hubcap, I mean, that's about it. With no Red Boy enemies.
Red Boy.
Because the old man produced Yellow John. He produced Yellow, Grand Champion Yellow. He did the breeding victory.
That's right.
So the old man had Jocko. He had Yellow John. I did the breeding to create Grand Champion Yellow. One dog legacy stops. somebody else let it continue something to the day. The old man had both dogs. It wasn't like he went and bred two grand champion yellow John, or when it bred, like he had both dogs. Match both dogs. So I gotta go on. This man owned both dogs, matched both dogs. One dog just had both dogs. If you look at Jocko, got based on pairs online. Everybody wants to adopt pairs online ain't worth nothing. So we just gonna go for what it is. 71. Jocko got 71 offspring. Yellow John got 69 offspring. So we can say the dog produced about the same amount of puppies, right?
Yes, sir.
Based on what pairs online. So it wasn't like Yellow John had 37 pages of breeding, but he got more winners without Jocko.
Exactly.
And Jocko has winners without Red Boy. It's like we can only deal with the hard facts.
Hard fact. That lady says she
A cake
mean.
is good. A cake is good with no icing. It's still a cake. But if I put icing on it, it makes it a little bit better.
That's right.
Both things can be true. But a cake is still a cake without icing.
You put Red Boy in there on that Zebo. On that Zebo. Where Rosie at? I don't see Rosie. There she go. There she is. Right there. I said, put that with that Zebo. Just in case y'all didn't know. Sibling. Okay? Vindicator and Zebo. Sibling. That's why I be talking shit about that lady sashimi. You're going to find that in a lot of them yellow dogs. That's where that come from.
Yep.
Sibling. Okie. Mike. You see what I'm saying? These are dogs you talk about. This was a bad dog. That was a bad dog. It ain't much there.
Like even when you go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
Like even when you look at like Jocko, like the Hank and Queenie, right? You had Champion Jocko, Champion Apples, Champion Arlo, right?
Yeah.
Jocko full-time winner, but his brother and his sister all got losses. So the old man, like, you know what? I gotta add something to this shit, make this shit a little bit better. Did the dogs have clocks on them? Or they just needed a little bit extra to get them to the finish line? And making that particular cross got him to the finish line. He decided, you know what, we're gonna keep on with this shit here. And other shit, it got us to this point, but it can't get you no further.
That's right.
Thing was, Saban smashed dogs, and he had that shit on the yard.
That's right.
He didn't have to leave the yard to get it now.
Fletcher Jay was trying to add that kill to his shit. He was trying to add more kill to his Red Boy shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta think about it. I own both dogs, so I'm able to look at and assess books of both dogs. I can see these puppies ain't these puppies. I'm gonna put my money and time behind these puppies because these puppies just ain't getting it done.
That's right.
Well, look what he did
That's
now.
why I gotta keep adding the Red Boy to it. Keep adding the Red Boy to it.
Yep. He bred that damn Jocko straight to the lady sassy me, 4-time killing bitch. What was she?
A Red Boy dog.
Red Boy dog.
With some Zebo winner.
You know what made me fall in love with that Red Boy shit?
That's why I be talking shit when I be like, yo, every time I talk about that lady sassy me, that's the first indicator to show me that if I breed that dog, you know, to Grand Champion Ace, when we saw that, we know we had old Rosie down in there. We knew about Rosie.
That was back in our time.
Back in our time, we knew him. We knew she's in Amber's pedigree. So it clicked when we took it to Grand Champion Ace, because Ace whole bottom side was, you know, Zebo bred the Toxic Spider. The Toxic Spider was the Lightning dog. I'm doing what Fletcher Savers was doing. I'm trying to put this shit, want to make a major factor. I'm just adding more kill to it. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
adding more kill to it. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to take this dog here, and add more kill to this red boy shit. And then he wanted to add more than that. He went and got that rough ass Jocko and tried to put him on top of that.
I got a knockout artist with Jocko. He's a one trick pony. I'm not saying he would, but he's a knockout artist. He got that one punch.
Yep.
But sometimes just having one punch, you can't get it done. So guess what? They may add the red boy, so now I get that uppercut. I get that cross. I can slip the jab.
Yep.
I still got that knockout punch. So now I'm just creating a better dog. Because again, the red boy dogs during that time weren't just dead game dumb dogs. Those dogs had skills.
Those dogs had ability. That's right.
The good point that you brought up about that is we didn't have to go find Jocko when all we had to do was bring the yellow with us.
Mm-hmm.
There's no need to have the Jocko as long as we bring the yellow with us.
Correct.
Because Amber was.
I think if they would have stayed the course, I mean, yes, you go put some crosses in there because you don't want to get tired. But like I said, even with a dog like Bridges, triple bred red boy dog, everything within 30 minutes, you said, hey, we're going to be out here in 30, 35 minutes. Y'all had to cut the trucks off.
Believe that.
So it was already there. So Jocko was a killer, back in Destroyer, full-time winner.
Mm-hmm.
That Bridges dog, it was something special about that dog. So Bridges could have been a Jocko type dog. Because again, we see 35 minutes or less, we up out of here.
Now
he was a full-time winner himself.
Now remember, what we tell you Going Hard Dogs did? What was their biggest specialty? What was our specialty with our dogs? Back-end dogs. So you know we're dragging the Jocko with us.
Correct.
Because we need it. Where we finding it at? By bringing the best yellow shit that was out there doing it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Like Dangerous Dan, you know, if you notice, Lady Sassy Me, key player and all this. See it? Killer. Margaret, Lady Sassy Me. Rose, Lady Sassy Me. You know what I'm saying? Everything was Lady Sassy Me.
Like, even when you look at Champion Miller's Red Dan, inbred red boy dog.
Mm-hmm.
AKA Champion O was an absolute ace. This was a pure red boy dog. This thing was an absolute ace.
Mm-hmm.
So that don't, when you say a dog was an ace, that ain't somebody classified a dog that was a dead game dog. Most dead game dogs they considered aces. So for this dog to be considered an ace, to me that means this dog brought more to this game, in my opinion. And we talking a red boy dog.
Mm-hmm.
So the red boy dogs had talent, had ability, even before the Jocko got there. So we can't say that Jocko added ability.
Right.
Because there are red boy dogs that showed ability, inbred red boy dogs that showed ability.
Jocko brought that back in. Jocko brought that back in. Don't forget.
He was.
The show wasn't red boy. It showed the fuck was not that red boy shit.
But people will say that Jocko brought the ability. So my argument is these red boy dogs were showing ability before the red.
Sure the hell was.
That's my argument. So it wasn't like he was the only reason the yellow dogs had ability. These red boy dogs had ability before the Jocko was crossed in too.
What?
You look at dogs like Bridges, you look at dogs like Redneck.
Right. Now, that's why we always said the Jocko was the trait. When we took Amber and added the Jocko with that shit, man, I'm telling you, that brought that back in, and we stuck with the back end part of the red boy Jocko cross. Tight.
Correct.
And it wasn't really tight because Jocko was off a pit. He was, right. You know, that dog right there. That's the only out in
because
Amber.
You used the yellow shit though.
Right. Everything else was yellow, John.
All you was doing was using the yellow John shit.
That's it. When we bred the Grand Champion Ace, it was the only Nick that we saw that we liked was Lady Sassy Me.
Yep.
So maybe we can get some killers out of this shit. Now we got the no shit, man. Cause we tried to go to Ozzy. Ozzy wasn't around. Shit, we started looking. I started talking shit about that. Lady said to me, I said, "Oh, there go Zebo's sister. Oh shit, Vindicator. We might have something here." And Ace was killing shit. He was a back end killer. He was a 6-time winner when we bred to him, and he was a back end specialist. So all we did is took the same thing. Amber was a back end dog, and Grand Champion Ace was a back end dog. And I bullshit you not. When them two dogs came together, our line, I tell you, we went down there 5-6 generations. Going hard dogs that win, I will pull them up. The winners, watch whatever, and these dogs ain't even on my yard. These is other people with these dogs. Watch what they saying about those dogs. All of them were back end killers. Everything on our yard was stifled. You could survive that onslaught. Because once you got back there, it was over. They had mouth. They had that Mayday crazy. You know, it was just the right move, man. It just fell in all that. And I was just talking about Lady Rose. Shit. Lady Rose, Lady Sassy Me. I said the Lady Sassy Me was the key. He was trying to get that killer shit. He was on the right track right here. That was the key. That to me, that was on the right track because I know what he was trying to do with this. He was trying to put him some killing shit together. And how could he not with Rosie there? This shit right here produced these dogs right here. Lonzo Bat produced some badass shit between Andy Faye and Andy and Angie.
Mm-hmm.
And Fletcher Shavers wasn't no dummy. He knew exactly what he was doing.
No. And you know, he did that. You don't get like when we talk about the greats. I mean, we got to start bringing his name up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
He did that. He did that on his yard. You can tell in his breeding program.
Yard.
He did that shit on his
Think
yard.
about the old man had 2 great dogs, brought them together, to create the greatest dog ever.
Yes, he did.
Like, that's special. Like I said, we talk about, you know, the girls and this, and the Maurices and the Floyds. I mean, yes, you got to go around there with them guys.
That's right. And she's a loser. She is a loser. Lady Rose is a loser. That means she got matched and lost. But look what she produced. Bang!
Produced, yeah.
The mother to one of the baddest dogs ever out there. Grand Champion Yellow. Bred to Yellow John.
Yep.
Champion Sassy. Grand Champion Yellow. You take this bitch right there and bred to Yellow John and produce Grand Champion Yellow, the beginning of a damn dynasty. Whether they like to hear it or not. Shit. That man knew exactly what he was doing. He knew he was trying to get some killers. You know, look, you got Jocko.
A person who was matching dogs, just simply trying to create match dogs and end up creating this.
Exactly. That's what he was exactly what he was trying to do.
Match dogs. Not stacking papers, not putting together pretty pedigrees. I just need to get some more killing shit over here to go with this shit I already got. I'm out here matching dogs.
That's right.
And created a legacy that 50 years later, we can say, you're talking about 70, 50 years later, still standing the test of time.
That's right. Everybody was like,
you talking them dogs of the 70s?
Yes, sir.
80s, 70s, you talking
yep, the 70s, yep.
Years, and this shit still going to this day?
That's what I call great. I call that great on both sides. To be great, you got to be a good motherfucking producer and a good fighter.
That's right. That's why I was looking at and telling you, man, I know this pedigree. This part right here that made yellow. Look what he did. He had the red boy down there. But he knew when he took this shit right here, he was trying to make a killer. And he got one.
Mm-hmm.
He got one. You know, he had to make this breeding for her to lose. He had to make this breeding for her to lose. But what he was trying to produce here was another one of her, but even better. You see what I'm saying? What was wrong with her? Whatever it was, it didn't deter him away from putting Jocko on top of it, still trying to produce killers. Killers. Now you bring this inbred red boy to it. Who is that? Miss Jocko. Yellow's mama. The man was cold. The man was cold. He knew exactly, he knew what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
He knew what he was doing. Because he took a whole inbred yellow giant, inbred red boy, and put kill in that shit. That's why it's Sassy and Yellow. Sassy was better than Yellow, to me. But Sassy was smashing shit. Yellow had to work a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Sassy was killing shit. Wasn't nothing standing there with Sassy. But Yellow, he just hung around. He wasn't no spectacular dog.
Nope.
Yellow John was really better than him. His daddy was better than him.
Yep. But like I tell people, the key is that ability to produce better than yourself. And that dog, like you said, a legacy, a dynasty that like no other.
I mean, they was taking.
I pulled off.
Go ahead, boss.
He pulled off his 6. I did just enough to win. I got 6. And through my nuts, I changed the game forever.
Look what he said.
Like you said, it's so many branches that come off this dog.
Mm-hmm.
So many branches. So many PPD Kennels, Hardcore Kennels, Stone City Kennels, Southern Kennels.
That's right.
Who else?
There's a whole bunch more of them. Oh, the Havana Chico, Havana Boys, the Havana Boys.
The Havana Boys.
That's right.
Hey, you talking the names of all names.
Yep.
Everybody eating off the table.
Everybody eating good.
Everybody eating.
That's the truth. I went to Bluegrass Kennels and I've got and we picked Amber up out the box, but I knew.
Tom Radley.
Yep. After we got Amber, that's when we met Greg Lester of Bluegrass, and he was telling us about Wrangler, because we didn't know about Wrangler until he told us about Wrangler. Said that motherfucker went 4 hours and something on a draw. Picked both dogs up. He was a champion too. They picked him up to say they like. But they was hoping they could save him, and they saved them both. But that's gameless. But the whole time, you can see what they were trying to do, produce killers.
There wasn't no game shit.
I'm telling you, I was fortunate when I got a chance to see Mayday, and then y'all told me, they tell me that after I saw Mayday, y'all, I didn't even know how Mayday was bred. I just saw the dog. I'm up there trying to breed the Angels Apache. Let me show you how I got there. We know how Amber's bred, but look at Angels Apache. I'm going to tell you how we met Mayday. Looking. Look how Angels Apache's bred, y'all. This is the dog I bred to Amber. Yep, that's the dog I bred. No, not him. Not Junior. This one. That one. That's
Three-time winner.
Yep, that's the dog we was breeding the Amber when I saw Mayday and Choice and Dragon Lady up in Bridgeport, Connecticut. That's who we was breeding the Amber. That's how I got a chance to breed the Mayday, because it did not take. Look what tell me what wasn't doing some shit back then. I went up there to breed to that dog. That's how I saw Mayday. Now, tell me I wasn't on some Earl Tudor shit. You know what I'm saying, man?
You was not such dog yourself.
No shit.
Pounds on the chain.
Yep. We bred him, man, and we was there the whole weekend. We was there like 4 or 5 days. Angel treated us like gold, him and his family. You know what I mean? I mean, every morning that man would call the hotel and have us, we ready to sit down and eat and wait till we got there and the whole goddamn table full of food. Every day we was there. Every day I was there. And when it didn't go through, I didn't tell him I didn't have no puppies. I took Amber to the vet and had an x-ray and had the x-ray sent to him. You show him this bitch did not have no puppies. That's when he introduced me to Victor, because the next move, I don't want to come back to him. No. I'm going to go breed to that dog off of Yellow. Mayday was there, Dolly was there, and Choice was there. Dragon Lady wasn't there. Choice was there. Choice, Mayday, and Dolly. I had videos, y'all, walking Mayday. This was after his match. He had a big ass chunk in his chest. You know, and but this is the dog I went to breed. You know, now imagine the breeding. Did I not have a heavy red boy dog?
Yep.
It would have been nice to get puppies off of him and then turn around and breed to Mayday. Because I didn't even take Amber back to Mayday. I took Amber's daughter, Red Ace, and went and got Mayday. No, I'm gonna take this killer bitch that Amber done had off her Grand Champion Ace. No, we gonna go after that bitch. Y'all owe me a breeding, then let me switch up. Believe me, Red Ace was showing her colors early. This bitch was biting males and they wasn't surviving rolls. We was rolling on males and they wasn't surviving. Never seen nothing last 10 minutes with that bitch. Never seen nothing last 10 minutes with her, bro. Male or female. That's how hard that bitch bit. We was taking Amber to go back and breed to that dog right there. And when she did not take, I took Red Ace and said, I want to go breed to Mayday. He said, you want Mayday? I said, yep. And he sent me down to Victor. He said, well, he's not here with me anymore. He's down there in Miami. And gave me Victor's number, called Victor. And when I called Victor, Victor said that, hey, bring her down. And I went down there and took her down there to Victor. And keep in mind, I was not in Florida at the time. I was in Ohio. Went down there and bred the Mayday. As we learned tonight, because it's late, y'all. We done went through the whole procedure about what's great. What's great? Yes, sir. It's 1 o'clock. I can't believe we out here and got caught out here like this. I'm just trying to say, greatness is self-explanatory, man. It's the consistency of something that can go on for years. Are we on pros, man? Let me see. Let me go back in here. Is we on froze, Mike? We've been on froze for a while, bro. Yeah, cause I ain't showing up.
Hold on.
We missing all, man. They missing all the good shit that I was doing all this time. This shit ain't moved at all
How long was it like that?
for a long time. Yeah, hey man, you know y'all. We miss. Hey, James.
Yeah.
Man, why didn't you tell me the screen was on froze, man? They missed all this good shit. We sitting here breaking the shit.
Going through the pedigree.
Oh, okay. You going through the pedigrees. Okay, look, man. The screen been on froze at whose name is that, Mike? I can't really see it. See, I guarantee you, but everybody else, they ain't nobody saying twin. The screen froze. I'm steady talking about all this shit thing. Everybody looking at the pedigree. Ain't nobody looking at the shit.
It was way back to Vengeance.
Huh?
Vengeance?
Hey man, we was froze on Vengeance.
Oh man, they missed that, man.
Man, they missed that. They missed out like big time. They can hear it.
I'm going through the pedigrees as you talking. I'm going through pedigrees. I didn't even go back to the YouTube page.
You know, man, I'm trying to tell you, man. Man, the best day of my life when he sent me to New York to go get her. Hey, Reese, go up to New York, Buffalo, New York. That's how I met Sean B and them. They had Champion Justice in them.
Yeah.
Sean B's Champion Justice and LaFonz and them. Yeah, that's how I met them. I met them because they the ones had the Grand Champion Ace litter. I was sent.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
He sent me up there to go collect Amber and those pups.
Gotcha.
So that's how I got a hold of them, man. That's how. And if you look on their pedigree, the only dog that's got going hard on it is going to be Amber. The only dog that we registered going hard, because that's when Going Hard Kennels was literally created. You know, we was always calling ourselves Going Hard. We just had to get my kennel partner to go along with the deal. Because now because he's trying to do his thing. I'm just to follow along with him, you know. Because I came with them North Carolina dogs. But when he told me to go get Amber's going to be a Going Hard dog, so you might as well jump on the bandwagon. Because now she on my yard, you know. And I made sure that by registering her under Going Hard Kennels. You make sure that he knew that this is how it's going to be. This is going to be the only bitch. And this is where me and him came together and locked in. Because he's one of them that, you know, he don't want to carry no name. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I'm feeding this shit,
In the background.
that's right. And I'm taking care of it, damn it. It's going to be your Going Hard dog. And then you know what? Years later, he don't do tattoos, right? Years later, I talked him into going, man, you gotta get the kennel name on you, man. And we took him down to the place, man. That man touched that dude with that needle, man. That dude looked at me and chased me out the tattoo shop, man. I mean, I was running from this nigga to wait for him to get tired. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man. I had to get that dude tired. He was chasing me. He wasn't trying to slow down. He couldn't believe it. But he had the mark already on his arm. You know how them tattoos is. Them things hurt.
Yeah, you might as well go and finish.
Yeah. Yep. So we went on. I told him, man, you done already started now. I said, man, ain't nobody bigger scary than me. And the whole time, what was he doing, Mike? Cussing us out. I mean, squinting and get like a little baby up in there.
Actually, that was my very first tattoo.
Yep, that was my very first tattoo.
Wow.
Yep. But I tatted his ass. He got, there's ain't but 3 people to run around with the going hard on them. But you got 3 others that then grew up with it. 3D, Ben, and Kenny. Yeah, we had.
But you know something. With fucking with these dogs for me to pass. Got how many years? You probably shit since the 80s or 90s when you got in.
Yeah, I was in early 80s.
With the dog, it's the stories and the memories of going and getting a breathing done, traveling to this spot.
Oh man, it
Nothing
was.
to do with the dog. It's just the moments and the laughter and the moments of just the in between the matches and the breeds and all that shit. That's the part that I be hearing the old school guys talking stories about going to do this breed and this happened, that happened, and we ended up here and going to.
Oh man!
Like the story they told about getting tattoos. Nothing to do with the dog as far as actually getting stuff done, but just a memory of that moment of y'all getting tattoos and you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, man. It was the fun, man. I am one of the luckiest men in the history of the dog game, man. I came in the game into greatness. The guy who stops me ends up being on Tornado's pedigree. The man who brings me into the dog game is the man on Tornado's pedigree. The only 10-time winner ever registered, and yet here he is, being brought into the game by the guy whose whole bottom of Tornado is him.
Wow.
And then he take me to James Edwards and Atlas Brewer, and I'm raising Dobermans. And then I come out of there with a double bred, snooty, grand champion Molly B Pup.
Ain't know what you had.
Didn't have no idea. I know one thing though. We start getting all kind of dogs. We got Bruiser, we got BA, we had Blood, Solo, Low Posse's Buster, Low Posse's Queen. Man, you know how I know those pedigrees? Because I took my pedigrees to James Pope. And from that day forward, when James Pope got done with me, I know how to read pedigrees. Not only did I know how to read pedigrees, James Pope told me about the formula. If you can look into those papers and you can see the formula, you're going to have some badass dogs.
True, that is true.
And guess what? I got off that Eli shit. I got away from that black shit and got me some red nose shit, and it was over. Amber, when we seen Amber, that bitch was scratching, man, getting murked, and that bitch swore to God she was winning. The way she was coming out that corner, you would have thought she was winning. Bitch, you can get killed. We need to talk this man out of getting this dog out of here, because my boy was like, I won her. And she was on the dog champion Stormy, because who she went into. And Stormy was a killer. That red boy shit girl, that red boy shit to get your shit killed, because she was scratching like she was winning. I mean, this bitch was biting her.
The name of the game is being game.
Mm-hmm.
The problem was, it was Stormy who was getting the turns.
Yeah. Yep, Stormy was the one turning. So the fuck was. Amber was just a nut. Now that was a red boy.
Yeah, she had something in front of her that she realized wasn't going to.
Yep. Cause
good shit time.
I'm telling you, man, she was scratching like she was winning. And this bitch was getting bit down. She was steady, would never slow. We was like, man, like I said, my boy said, man, if you pick her up, I will pay your bill. And then when picked her up right then, whoop, whoop, it's over. Amber went home with us. And I had no doubt. Now, she had a little mate brother. And you'll see it on Dodge City. I forgot his name, but Dodge City Kennels had him up in Cleveland. He produced some good dogs. But we went back up there with Red Ace and them, and shut all that shit down. Cause I'm telling you, man, Red Ace had a little May sister. She was special. She went down to Thunder Kennels down in Texas. I think my man, he died. You know, he had that champion dog, but he was Thunder Kennel. You look under Red Ace, you'll see a little May's sister down there. She was a one-time winner. She went in there, man, and she won in 14 minutes. Straight to the back end. Straight to the back end. It was over. Me, I'm so confident. I'm going after a full-time winner. I'm going to Puerto Rico. I'm getting this bitch. And at the time, Jesse trying to tell me, man, you got to be green. That's what he said. You got to be green. Cause I wouldn't be taking my first time out going into no full-time when I told you this dog ain't been past 22 minutes. I said, well, the dog I'm bringing, and no male or female been past 10 minutes with this bitch. And believe me, when she kicked in that Tommy Boy match, I swear to you, bro, I was screaming and getting killed for 15 minutes. At the 20-minute mark, I was on a down dog.
Damn.
I said, in the 20-minute mark, it took Red Ace to cut on, and Tommy Boy was the down dog, and we is on an out-of-hole count in 5 minutes.
On a full-time winner.
On a full-time winner. It ain't been past 22 minutes. I'd have went in there, man. If Red Ace had to went in there right, man. If we had never left and went all over there and traveled like we did, if they had bought Tommy Boy over here, Tommy Boy would have got killed in less than 10 minutes. Because it took her 5 minutes and we was on a down dog.
She didn't make it after the fact.
And she didn't make it. We put ours down. Theirs died. Tommy Boy.
5 minutes of work.
5 minutes, bro. 5 minutes. We on with the referee counting the out-of-hole count. And guess what? We didn't start the scratching. A bitch to come in there screaming and hollering and ain't trying to fight. For 15 minutes, everybody think it's a joke. You know what I'm saying? Wonder why these dudes here. And believe me.
Them boys said they should just gave us the money. Hey, we had to go through this.
Man, look here, man.
They was mad as hell.
When they was mad as hell when I said Red Ace made this little holler and looked at me. I said, if you don't like this bitch doing what she doing to you, get her out of there. For some odd reason, that bitch said, well, I guess it's not no fight. I must go ahead and fight. She hit her across her nose and split her face wide open. And it went right to her stifle. And when she went to her stifle, she went to both of them mugs. In 5 minutes, she was standing over Tommy Boy. Tommy was laying there. Referee counting. I'm trying to get Red Ace to go back in there. No, she wouldn't. No. Hey man, that was
just go. Just give me one more bite.
Man, I'm telling you, man.
And I'm telling you, man, that's why I don't take nothing away from that Tommy Boy dog, because
Nope.
that bitch made a scratch, man. That I still.
Did you know how that Tommy Boy was bred, man?
I never seen another dog scratch like that.
Nope, never seen another dog scratch like that. And I done seen some game scratches. Caribbean Kennels.
That dog fell, jumped off her chest when she finally got over there. She jumped off her chest and she didn't make another move after that.
Wow.
And she was, yes sir.
To me, that was dead game.
Here she go. I got her pedigree right here. That's her right there. That's the dog right there.
I heard her pedigree before.
Yeah.
When you first told that story, I remember seeing her pedigree.
That's the dog right there. Caribbean Kennels Tomboy.
Yep.
Because she bred. Red Ace mopped that bitch. You hear me, man? If I'd have came over there with Red Ace right, we'd have been out there in 10 minutes. The dog that I had, the dog that I know, that was okay though, because Brat made up for it. Mayday added the crazy shit so I could take Brat anywhere. I can fly to China. 2 days and bring Brat out that cage. It's on. Brat ain't gonna worry about no jet lag, none of that shit. Brat gonna be just Brat. Crazy. That's what Mayday put in our shit. No, we ain't one of those sweet ass dogs like Grand Champion Ace. We walking around on the yard, Grand Champion Ace following Supernat, walking through the yard while he's showing us dogs.
And ain't attacking shit.
Ain't attacking nothing. Literally walking
He'll kill himself.
He walking through the yard with us like he walking with Supernat. A 6-time winner. Never been past 40.
He's showing y'all the dog like he
And that is no lie, bro, for real. Never went past 40 minutes. 6 times. So it was definitely a pleasure to breed the Mayday. I saw Mayday. I knew that though. Because Mayday got bit in the chest. A dog bit Mayday in the chest and Mayday hollered. I said, oh, Angel looked like he in trouble. Angel was handling me. Shit, man. All I seen was this dog got mad. And it didn't take him but another 5-6 minutes and it was over. All he did, when he bit Mayday hollered. He screamed, "Ah!" And that was it. Now you done made this damn dog mad. And I mean, when I say he went slam the hell off, I don't know what he was waiting on. Maybe he was waiting to get bit. That dog was like he was ready to bite and fight everybody in the building even after the match was over. I said, I'm breathing to that motherfucker. And then went back up there and seen him go against Buddha when he got his leg broke, right? And Buddha was a grand champion. He was a 5-time winner. Mayday was picking up his 4th win on Buddha. They thought they had Mayday. Man, Mayday got mad at that motherfucker after he broke Mayday's leg. Mayday was on 3 wheels. And to be honest, I don't even think the dog knew his leg was broke. He was so crazy. Mayday is a crazy ass dog, for real. Look, he gave up 10 pounds on Cody. See, that's what people don't know. When Mayday went in the debutants, Cody.
Traveling too, ain't it?
Huh?
Traveling back and forth. He
did all that traveling. Yep, and he was not in good shape, and he still kicked his ass. It took him a little while to do it, but man, I'm telling you, the closest thing to Mayday was Barracuda. I saw Barracuda do some shit up there in Tennessee. That's when I knew, yep, that Mayday is throwing that shit. Then I seen Twisted the same night. Get the boys up there from Chicago, same night. But that's how I met the Beetlejuice dog. That's how I ended up running up to Windy City breeding the Beetlejuice. And that Beetlejuice dog, he was giving Twisted hell. Twisted beat a badass dog. Yes, he did. But it's because of that Mayday attitude, man. See, people don't want to know, but them real Mayday dogs, you can't stop them damn dogs. Remember, out of all the dogs that came off of Mayday here in the United States, ain't but one of them lose. And guess which one it was? All them champions. Guess which one? It was Nary Egger losing to Ajax. The only one.
Wow.
The only one. And you ain't gonna go through.
That's a stand on right there.
And none of them champions lose. All them champions, but
a whole bunch of wins. That's a whole bunch of wins go against one loss.
Damn right. And I'm talking about, it's like I put, was it 15 on my pool before he left? Maybe they had 15 champions before Victor left the States.
So you talking at bare minimum 15 wins and 1 loss. That ain't counting the extra wins for the grand champion. That's just for the champion. 3 wins apiece.
Yep.
No, 15 champions. That's what? That's 40. That's 45 wins.
Yep. You got Luke Campbell, the grand champion.
45 wins and 1 loss.
Yep. The only dog to lose out of all those dogs was Noriega, and he lost because he was in bad shape. And look, the match didn't go for 40 minutes, and how both dogs die.
That's a battle right there.
And I tell you, Noriega was in bad shape. He wasn't even in no good shape. If Noriega had came in shape, if Havana Chico had brought Noriega in there in shape the way he shaped, because he didn't shape the dog. He sold the dog. Mm-hmm. That old rookie came. But if he had brought Noriega in there, Noriega would have killed Ajax, bruh. Quick. Mm. He was raggedy, and he still bit Ajax down. That is no shit.
Like you say, you have those dogs that just special.
Yep, and Noriega's Maymay's sister.
You're blessed with a special dog. You can't go out saying I'm gonna create this. You just blessed, and once you get it, you just gotta manage it. You just gotta be smart enough to recognize it and manage them special dogs.
That's it.
They don't come every so often. You just don't go out. I'm gonna make them a special dog with this breed. Nah, it don't work like that.
They just lucky.
You get one. You gotta manage. You gotta manage that motherfucker.
That's right.
Knowing what you got and doing the right steps to make sure this shit don't get fucked up.
I'm gonna put it like this: if I had never fucked with Pretty Mama and never left Little Mayday, Brat's little mate brother, I can guarantee you he would have been a grand champion. I would have had Brat and Little Mayday. Little Mayday broke her leg. That's why you look at her picture, you see her leg had been broke. That was her brother did that. Yeah. Shit, Brat went in there and grabbed that dog by his nuts, and he was like, damn this. See, look, man, we put Little Mayday on Champion Charlie, bro. Oh, I forgot we was on the show. Yeah. We put Little Mayday, he was 16 months old. We put him on the dog that was going into Tyrone. Before a match. You know, everybody trying to, we was rolling out. And I said, and they was like, they didn't know who Mayday was, but everybody was getting, the rumor was going around, the twins got some shit over here. I don't know where they got this shit from, because they didn't know who Mayday was. Brought Little Mayday in there and put on Charlie. 15 minutes in, did he not get him out of there, Mike? Little Mayday went straight into, yes, I swear on my mama, man, she gone. Champion Charlie, he wasn't a champion then, but he was a 2-time winner. 15 minutes in, he got that dog off of there. Because Little Mayday was in them. He went from chest, stifle. Now he in trouble. Charlie was in trouble. And he didn't like to get embarrassed, you know what I'm saying? So he felt a little...
Go and get your dogs.
Yeah, he was trying to be a guest to everybody. Everybody was like, I don't know who this dog is, but who is this Mayday dog? How is he bred? That's when our names started ringing around with the Mayday stuff. Nobody didn't know nothing about Mayday up north.
And then you already had Brat.
I had Brat and Little Mayday. And our schooling, we putting them on males. We putting Little Mayday on big ass dogs, 10, 15 pounds bigger than him.
And
trying to check him. No, man, these dogs is going in the stifle wrecking dogs. I mean, they 2 good bites. They gonna grab you up in your chest, push you, and then as soon as they get it, you roll over on the first hip, you done. That's how them. That's it. They going right in there. They gonna either get your shoulder and push that leg up under there, and then slip back there in the back, or they gonna go up in your chest and do the jack up move. As soon as you fall back on that hip, they're going to drop down in there and it's over.
Hey, go get the sticks. Get the sticks.
No shit, man. We didn't have many of those. We was putting them on, man, we were putting these dogs on big dogs. We were trying to check them, man.
Yes.
But Mayday wasn't even a famous dog.
In schooling, get up a little weight, because like I said, you can always pick up. I want to see what you do 10, 15, 20 minutes when you can't you can't put your feet on the ground. How bad do you want?
Mm.
If you can handle yourself and show a level of gameness when you being pushed around, I don't know, everything equal, you're gonna be able to handle your own.
Man, I had one more dog, man. I had one more dog that I can say match Red Ace and Brat. The shit. The shit was off of Champion Sugar, Bozak, and it was Bozak bred to Champion Sugar. No, it was Champion Sugar. Yeah, Bozak. It was, yeah. Nico bred the Champion Sugar. That's how he was bred. Nico bred the Champion Sugar. And then we took her, Naya, and bred the Champion Twisted. And she had two pups. Twisted, we named one on Twisted and the other one the shit. The little red-nosed bitch, the shit. Look, man, that was the closest thing to Brat and Red Ace. Because you could not survive. Look, we had Citrus Kennel come down. We had a couple guys come down, man. They were so, she dismissed these dogs so fast that they was picking their shit up so quick because of the destruction she was putting on their dogs. That they came back 3 or 4 times, man. Citrus Kennel came back 3 times, and you added all the time up, it never even was 15 minutes total. He bought 3 different dogs. 3 different dogs. He came down there 3 different times and never made it past 9 minutes on all 3 dogs.
Wow.
Never, I mean, she was a badass dog.
One time winner before she got stolen.
Yep, she was a one-time winner. Twisted Nico went. We won one with him, and then he won his second one. And the same night he won his second one, they bought out the shit. And Mr. Lincoln them conditioned her. Man, it didn't go over 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Bite down. I mean, people think they know what a hard bite look like. I don't know what kind of bite this is when you got dogs, you splitting them up, and not only is they swelling up, they cut up, but they spitting purple shit all over the place. You know them purple bruises when you getting bit?
Yeah.
And then that bubble.
Jelly up. That shit jelly up.
Yeah, and you get that big old purple bump on you, and then next thing when it pop, you got blood everywhere.
When you in there, you in it doing you doing damage to the tissue. You just ain't punching holes. You busted up all the muscles and the muscle fibers in there. You doing that's when you doing damage. You about to ruin a dog.
And that's what she was. She was this. I didn't care where she bit you. She wasn't no Stafford dog. She was just dropping her mouth wherever she could, and she'll break them. She make a dog think about this. Man, stop! They start looking at their owner. You gonna get me, man? You gonna get me? Man, the shit through her schooling, her whole schooling, man, she never went past 10 minutes. My kennel partner put 2 dogs on it. He couldn't believe the first one, so he went and got another one. I'm telling you, man, this dog never had, I think she had 6 rolls, and her total was never over 30 minutes, bro.
And think about this. After her win, she got stolen. But she popped up over in the Dominican
Republic. Because dude said that you had a thief, we know where that bitch is. He said the baddest bitch that ever been on the island was a going hard dog. Female. They said the baddest dog they ever seen in the islands was a female, and they said that she was a going hard dog. Now guess who had her when she came up missing? Missing Link. Missing Link. Missing Link was the one shaping her. He told them that she died during the keep. Man, I'm telling you, man, the stories and the life that I lived in this game, man, is just, I thought everybody, I used to think I keep getting up, man. You got to close this show out. I'm on the show. I'm sorry. No, man, I'm acting like we just bullshitting around here, boboing and shit, Yeah.
It By 2 o'clock.
Man, look, man, I have so much. I am one of the luckiest guys. I thought everybody was lived a life like that in the dog game. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Nah, not like that.
No, I'm telling you, man. I seen it all. I saw when King David lost. I saw Pepper. Then I seen Queen. Then I seen Bo's Nasty. See, people don't know about Bo, Champion Bo over there at McNasty and them. That was their first champion that I know. When I met McNasty, I seen Champion Bo. You know, and then after that, you know, they was on a winning streak. But I seen the Abraham.
You know what you need to do with this AI technology. You can get software where you can talk into a microphone and the computer can type out what you're saying. One day when you ain't got nothing to do, just get you a nice whiskey, some cognac, and just sit down and just start talking to the computer and let the computer type out all these stories.
Yeah, man, somebody told me that too, man. Yeah, you sure have.
It's somewhere you can get where you can talking to a microphone and the computer type out everything you're saying. You ain't gotta like write it down or type it in. Just one day when you just sit, when you got time, days you ain't got nothing to do, start from the beginning and just sit down and start talking.
Oh yeah.
And let the computer do all the typing. Like you say, the people you've been into, the experiences, the dogs you've seen, yours, the matches you've been in, the matches you've seen, like
The ones you ref.
we got the videos, but just to be able to sit down and, you know.
Right. And the matches that I refereed, I was one of the most respected referees. They used to pay me to come to their matches because they knew I was fair. And the only reason that was because I didn't call fouls on people. I made them call their own. All I'm going to do is acknowledge it. So y'all ain't going to put me in none of y'all shit. Whoever called the foul, that's it.
The referee just say, yeah, y'all two doing it.
That's right.
I recognize, okay, yeah, I call it.
That's it.
Do what we got to do.
Yep. Y'all figure it out. You got a decision.
Y'all figure it out.
That's right, man. You called the foul.
Y'all got the money on the line. Hey, I think my decision can't affect what's going on here. Y'all gonna decide that.
Yep. I always made sense to them. They wouldn't know arguing with me because I ain't in it. All I can tell you is all I do is acknowledge it. Now, when it comes down to if he foul, then I'm acknowledging the foul. Then it's your choice to either give him a warning or you call the match. It's not on me. It's on you. I'm only acknowledging that a foul took place. I'm not going to call the match. That's on you guys. And I tell them that before I even take them to the box. This is how I do shit. I'm not going to have y'all fighting and arguing with me. And I don't need nobody to tell me if a dog is in the hole and when he ain't. If you see something I don't, you better make sure I see it. I don't want to hear all that damn noise. And you know, I got Mike there, so you know Mike always the enforcer.
Like you say, because of what we doing, you don't need the extra bullshit. So to come in here, get what we need to get done, so everybody can get done, go home safe, and talk about it, son.
Yep. But yeah, I done said,
you know, going on. Let's get in here, get these dogs done, get up out of here.
Yep. I mean, I done seen some good ones.
And extra shit going on.
Man, we gonna shut this thing down. I didn't know, man. See what happened when we get to talking, man. And I didn't damn near, man. I'm telling you, I didn't damn near forgot we was doing the show. I didn't got up and walked around there and walked out there to the door.
I thought my day was shutting it down.
Well, I thought he was too.
Well, I was, but because we froze, and I just went on and brought it back up because y'all was still talking. But I'm still looking at the clock, and y'all just kept on talking. So look, it's Friday night. We talking Bulldog. We talking about great Bulldog.
Right, and I still didn't have Tommy Boy enough for those that stuck around. There she go. Y'all might have heard it, but you didn't see it. Yes, sir. And in the Book of Champions, in the champion book that they got Tommy Boy, they got Going Right Kennels. Her longest and hardest match was her grand championship match. And then they had on there Going Right Kennels. Red Ace.
Didn't even get her name right.
Didn't get our name right. And then when we was around there smashing everybody with Brat, he called Stormin' on and asked him, "Are they real?" Jack Kelly now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Stormin' Norman gave him his name, gave him our number, and Jack called and said he wanted me to send a pedigree on Mama and them. Because, he was, they got their championships and he needed their pedigrees. But he called Stormin' Norman first and asked her, "Are these dudes real?" Yeah. That's why Brat went into the journal late. Because she was a champion before Luke Kane was.
Gotcha.
Jack was a little slow on the thing. He even changed the match numbers, didn't he, man? It was so long. Brat was a champion for damn near a whole year. She supposed to have got her championship in 99, not 2000. Her and Pretty Mama. And the only reason he called Stormin' Norman because of the Whistler dog. He knew who that was because Stormin' Norman was one of the first guys that got Red Boy dogs off of Katie Marlowe.
Okay.
That's how we got up with him, but we got up with him running around with Big Nasty in there. He was up there in Saginaw. No, Norman was up further than that. Kalamazoo. Norman was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Yeah, man, I got some stories. Ooh, I got some stories. The night that Bob Lowry and all them got braided and we was sitting out there listening to them police taking them dogs out them cars, shooting them. Ooh, that was a terrible night. I didn't think the police could do that. Yeah, man.
Back then, I guess they were dealing with outlaws. So they did shit.
Yeah, exactly. Shoot, man, they came down there with these trucks, man, and was on the radio, talking on the loudspeaker, giving you a chance to stand up because they got a whole line of down trucks out there and they running through the high grass. And if you land down there in that shit, they gonna run your ass over. So they gave everybody opportunity to get up and just walk towards the light. If you don't walk towards the light and they run over your ass and kill you, that's your fault. So did. That was. And the whole time they going in the cars, it was like I'm telling you, everybody was there. It was a Joe and Nate Abraham. That was the same day that before they broke in, King David lost. That Boyles Mill. Yeah, if you look at Abraham's King David, he lost that night. He quit. Yep, and Boss Man was he was in the middle of a match. Yep, he had really won. And the young boy. Yep. No, when they said police, I hit the door. That's the night Mike got bit by that horse on the ass. That horse grabbed Mike's ass and lifted his ass up like, "Bring your ass back here." Oh, man, that was a crazy night. And we walked all the way from Romulus back to Detroit, bro. In the middle of the night.
Now, was this in the winter? Is this in the wintertime or the springtime?
It was raining and snowing.
We was in the snow in the ditch.
We was in the snow in the ditch. It was snowing. It started off raining a little bit. Snow. Yeah, and we laying right there in the snow. Down there killed the dog because he started whimpering. I just took his nose and shoved it into the I laid on the young boy hiding and we could hear the mic. The police was right by us, so he was whimpering. I just took his face and just laid on top of his head and over his back and just pushed his head down into the ground and just held him there for a minute.
Get your ass up before they find him.
Mm-hmm. And we walked from Romulus, Michigan, back to Detroit. Didn't even know how to get there. God was on our side, wasn't he, Mike? Man, I'm telling you, man, we didn't even know how to get out from where we was. We just followed the light. You know that glare, the light glare from the city?
Yeah.
That's all we did.
Yeah.
We was in Marine mode. We was cutting through people's yard. They had the police all over the place trying to find people. We was cutting through people's yards, hiding up under the shit, hiding behind garages with a dog. We had took off our belts. Me and Mike took off our belts and used them for leashes. Yep. Didn't even have a leash. And Boss Man wasn't no little dog.
Yeah.
But yeah, he turned out to be a grand champion. We saved that dog's life. When we walked through there and they seen Boss Man, they was like, no. Yeah, nigga. We became the fruit of the party that day. But that's why everybody know us, man. Everybody know us. We have so much fun knowing these people. Noonie, Big Ralph, all them guys, man. Fat Stan. There's just a lot of great dog men. My boy Armin, he came through the show a couple times. He had that headache, heart attack. Yeah, heart attack. You know, True Colors knocked him off after he won his championship. But, you know, just the stories that I have to tell and the shit that I seen, man. That was the fast line. I don't give a damn what nobody say. You got to beat these dudes. Legion of Doom, you know, Robert T, 9-time winner. Duke came through there. This man had Luther. This man killed 7 dogs before the one dog got away to live. You know what I'm saying? That was the fast lane. These dudes was fast lane dog man. I mean, I went from.
And I guess you hear stories like that, like 6 dogs all died. He killed 6. Like you don't hear dogs like that now.
And quick.
That type of. That's what I'm saying. Like I use the term, like almost like a great white shark or a fucking Bengal tiger. He's an apex predator. Like,
apex to the max.
To the Maximus.
That's not a dog. That's an animal. That's not a dog. That's an animal. He has the ability to just kill 6 dogs like it ain't nothing. And the 7th one manages to get him survive out of the onslaught. Like that's a serial killer. Like we talk about Jeffrey Dahmer, that type of dog, like those are apex predators. Like these aren't just dogs. This is some other shit created in nature. Like those dogs just don't. You don't breed those type of dogs. Like I said, those dogs are. You are blessed to get dogs like that.
Yep. I can
Those dogs are just like dogs like Pandy. Like those dogs are just even like great white shark, like true animals of nature. Like they're just built for destruction.
And what people didn't know that Pandy
psychic engineered destruction.
Pandy don't come out the corner. See, that's what people didn't know.
Like from the release, she gotta get hit.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yep. Lord knows.
4 times.
4 times.
Couldn't even become a grand champion because wasn't nobody foolish enough to try it.
Hell no, you hit that one right there, that's a foolish move.
It's over.
Don't even look to be doing some old slick shit thinking you could get you a quick handle or a quick turn. Soon as you slap that bitch, it's on. You made a big mistake. That's it. She don't come out. And she's skittish. Yep, you might go up there and bump chest with her and don't nothing happen. But
as soon as you put teeth on.
As soon as the entanglement come, you ain't got but it's gonna be over here in about another 5 minutes. Cause once he kick in,
y'all ain't gotta cut your truck off.
Nope.
Keep the motor on.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. I mean, everybody in the world was convinced. I mean, for real. I would have never went into Pandy. I would have went into any 31. I ain't lying. I go into any 31, but I'll tell you right off the bat, I wasn't going into her. I'll take any 31 as long as it ain't Pandy. I'll be Pacific.
You turn that lady down, you're like, nah, I'm good.
I'll be Pacific. They got 31, I got 31. But as long as it ain't Pandy, we can do this. Because Pandy was the baddest dog that you had to fear. For real.
So let's say Saturday night or whenever you show up, you don't know who it is up there. You went up washing, and you see her.
Oh, I'm
You going
mad.
through with it, or you just going
I'm
I'm paying
mad.
the forfeit going on?
I'm mad.
Huh?
I'm mad. Cause I wouldn't even put the forfeit up. Now I'm giving away money. No, if you had told me, I wouldn't even done it. No way. No, man, this dumb dog. And remember, I know Millbuster. That's where we got little Mikey from. We got little Mikey from Millbuster. That's how we got it with Pandy.
Okay,
I would have been, That was, look, I told Big Mike, that's why, I still love him and, he still might be mad at me. But I told the man, the man kept on talking about 9 milli. 9 milli got dog of the year, but 9 milli wouldn't have had a chance against Pandy, y'all. I wouldn't give a damn how good 9 milli was. 9 milli was a badass dog, and she didn't have a lot of teeth left in her mouth. She was old, but that bitch was resourceful. She went down there 2 hours for a grand championship match. That just shows you she wasn't ready for Pandy.
Yeah, she was losing some tread on the tire. It's time to put up.
Because Pandy would have came in and killed both of them. She'd have killed 9 milli and then went in there and killed the dog 9 milli went into in the same night. That's no lie. One of the most aggressive, roughest dogs you ever want to see. She put the boils in Boyle's dogs. But she wasn't a Boyle's dog. She was the Boyle's. She wasn't a Boyle's brand. She was the Boyle's dog with the 4-way. Ronnie Boyles had the 3-way. Andy Cotton Queen and them, they was the 4-way. And Ronnie Boyles didn't breed them. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between Boyle's dogs. The ones that Ronnie Boyles bred and then the ones that, that they bred out there to bring that 4-way cross together, because that's where all the killers were. That 4-way was the killing machine. But yeah, man, it was something else, man. I want to write a book. We got all the pedigrees together. I just don't know how to write. I just sit down and talk to y'all.
Like I said, you can get it's software you can get. I've seen it before where you put this software on your computer, you get your microphone. As you're talking, the computer automatically just simply types up everything you're saying, and if you need to go back and edit it or change words or whatever, you can still do it. But it's pretty much like new AI stuff where you don't have to physically type it in or write it down. You just simply put the software in your computer, talking to the microphone, and it'll type up everything you're talking about. So if you tell a story from the first 5 years, you say today I'm going to talk about first year when you got started till whatever time frame or how you want to break it down, or each individual dog, or if you want to talk about a particular match, you just on your computer, put the software on, get it talking, and it'll type it up for you. And you want to go back and proofread it, and you don't have to physically write down the shit you talk about.
Right. Hey, if you notice that journal with Tommy Boy on the cover, right? That's May, June 1992.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
And we did this in 91. That summer 91.
Okay. Well, they didn't get into the magazine report until next. Gotcha.
Yep, it came up.
I got the 98 Book of Champions, and you'll see some of those stories in the 98 Book of Champions where you'll see some of the dates, but they'll say reported late, but they'll show the dates what it was in for at 98. Yeah. So you do see some of that in the 98 Book of Champions. I guess back then, when people calling in and you gotta key it in, and you call me, I don't keep typed up and got the magazine printed and set down. Then you come calling me later. You got to go into the next one. I just have to make the edit, the notation. This was for the dates, blah, blah, blah. You just go into the next because I guess he was typing them up or however he was doing it.
Yeah, because you got to wait 2 months. You got to wait 2 months. Every 2 months.
You got to wait, yeah.
Yeah.
Every 2 months.
And then he got so messed up with the What's their name?
Beeline.
The Beeline situation. He had to start verifying his shit.
Right, he was really on that.
He got really mad about that shit.
In Frisco too. There was a situation in Frisco too. It was situation. That's where the hashtag come from. Frisco, because of Frisco. All them champions Frisco was having, they was coming from overseas, and people was complaining.
Gotcha.
You know, you putting these dogs out here.
You could truly verify because wasn't nobody a verified ref or somebody who was a reputable source to say, yeah, I saw this dog, yada yada yada, because that thing was overseas. So shit, we over here in America. Like, how can we verify that shit?
Right, and just so having Tom Gardner was sending all this shit in. You know, Tom was never a fan of him and Jack just didn't get along. And
it was just only his dogs. It was like other people was calling in from overseas. It was just Frisco dogs coming in from overseas.
Yeah, and then people were starting to complain. And none of these Frisco dogs went in over here at the time. You know, and then the ADBA got involved. You know, we knew that was in the journal. The ADBA put an article in the journal letting everybody know the ADBA is not registering no more Gardner's Frisco dogs. Yep, so you already know Tom must have paid it off, you know, years later. No shit.
Yeah.
So that just gives you an idea, you know, everybody ain't dead. You know what I'm saying? The real story, everybody ain't dead.
Yep.
Yeah, we know the whole story.
Like you said, when you think about it, I mean, it really wasn't that long ago. Like you said, the dudes in their 20s and 30s, you know, maybe 40s. In the end, you know, they might be in their 50s or 60s now, or maybe in their 70s, you know, so you ain't talking.
Oh, yeah.
40s or the 50s, you know.
Yeah, I'm in my 60s, so I remember all that.
It's 2000.
Yeah, I was in my 60s, and I'm in my 60s now. I remember all that. I remember when Jack had to use the hashtag. It was because of Frisco, and I remember when the ADBA told everybody, you know, don't be sending no more of that Frisco shit their way because they don't believe all that shit's off from Frisco. And that's when the first issue about the DNA started talking. When they started talking about the DNA. All because of Frisco. Frisco was changing the game because Tom was making a killing. He's still making a killing.
Yep. Still making a killing.
Mm-hmm. And anybody that got a slick mouth like him, you know there's some bullshit behind you. You know what I mean?
I think every era had their salesman. There's always gonna be a salesman.
Right.
I guess it go try to go with the game. Gonna be a salesman.
His dogs literally speak for themselves, so he don't really have to sell because you know he don't sell his shit like that. You know, you go searching out for Tom. You know, Tom don't have to do nothing. People search out for him. But it's when he sell the dogs. There's certain things that, you know, that don't make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the paperwork and the pedigrees and shit. And when you go to call him and question him about it, he gets mad.
Yeah.
When you know there's bullshit there. You know, now you don't want to talk to me.
Yeah. If everything's on the up and up, you should have no problem answering questions.
But no, he don't answer questions, bro. Once he get that money.
The truth gonna stand tall regardless.
My man spent like $30,000 for like 5 dogs, and to this day he only got 1 dog. Out of 5 of those dogs that he bought, all that other shit was trash.
And that one didn't do shit either.
No, but he's better than the rest of them that he had because he survived. You know how he is, you know. And I don't know. He might have thought about that damn $30,000 he lost, and I'm not gonna just throw this motherfucker away. That dog was, they were all nice bred dogs, but they was trash. So if you got a Frisco dog.
When you out here competing, you don't give a fuck about, you know, like you say, puppies and all that, you try to compete.
Mm-hmm. And most of the dogs that you see, there's great dogs, you notice it's Tom Gardner's name on it. It ain't like somebody's taking this shit, using it. It's Tom's shit. You notice that?
It wins and it come back to him.
I do.
Yep, and and he'll go out his way to go out and buy that shit back. He told us he spent $70,000 for NASCAR. But see, again, that shit work on them young boys. They don't know. We know the owner to NASCAR and who the dog NASCAR was sold to first. NASCAR went through two hands. So, but he was out there telling all the people that he spent $70,000 for the dog with no papers. Everybody believe that shit. No.
It don't sound right.
Yeah, but that's what he was telling everybody at the pig thing. No, we knew the owner of the NASCAR. He told us the whole story. He sold it to another man. The other man sold it to Tom. But the man sold the dog without giving the man he owed the straws off the dog. That was the problem.
Yeah, Tom bought the dude. Tom bought it. The dude Tom bought the dog from. He owed him a straw.
No, the dude that actually sold NASCAR, he sold him to a guy. And the guy owed him 10 straws off the NASCAR. Tom found NASCAR because he was looking for him. He got up with dude, and dude that had NASCAR told him he didn't have him no more. He sold him. But the dude turned around and sold Tom the dog, but he still owed the dude the 10 straws. So when Tom got the dog, Tom thought he was going to go over there and get the paperwork. Dude was like, no, that man owed me 10 straws. I'll tell you what you can do. You can give me $25,000. That's what he said. You can give me $25,000 if you want the papers. You can give me $25,000 on the 10 straws. And Tom tried to be like, I ain't giving this nigga shit. He went in one of them modes. If you know Tom, you know what I'm talking about. Carolina Tom, yeah, he'll go there now. He'll go rubber on your ass. He was like, I refuse to do this. And guess what he was doing? He was selling NASCAR pups or breeding the NASCAR. And some guys was willing to go, and he'll tell the people who actually own NASCAR. Now you can go to him if you want your papers. And guys was paying him $2,000. They go to the old dude and paid $2,000, and dude would sign off on their papers. But it was his choice.
Yeah.
It was all about the money, But he wasn't giving Tom nothing. So that's how a lot of the NASCAR dogs was getting registered, because not only was you paying Tom, you had to pay old dude to get with your paperwork. And then once Tom take your money, then he tell you that shit. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man.
I feel you.
And then he get mad at you when you check his ass. Bob Finney look like he could whoop Tom. Old man Bob look like he could whoop Tom. You remember that fight?
Yeah, I tell you,
that was funny as hell, man.
Bob Finney and Tom.
And Tom got it going at it.
Showing muscles.
I mean, these two old dudes taking off their shirts and shit, man. That shit was so funny, man. Both of them doing, just showing out.
Yeah.
Competition, compete in everything. All I say is when you go to that pit, just don't eat the food. Come out of that mug, and that shit ain't fully cooked, but it was fun to be there, but that food was not cooked. Yep, it was just too many people to keep up.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey man, we're gonna call this a night, man. We done did this at 2:15. This was a hot mic Friday. Guys, when they go back and look at this tape, this show here, they probably get through a day's work. I just can't believe we were still on the dog and they missed they missed everything, didn't they?
Yeah.
We went through the whole array of shit. Didn't see not one pedigree was up there, Mike.
I just happened to look and see. What the hell? Why is that? But hey, fellas, I need y'all to help me out here for whoever left.
Whoever left.
I want to give a big shout out
for all you survivors.
Bulldog, I appreciate you, fam. You know that, right? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, you know I appreciate you every time you come through, right?
I appreciate you guys.
You always come with that knowledge and understanding. We don't always agree, but at least we agree to disagree, right?
Yes, sir. That's what makes it good. That's what makes a good conversation.
Yes, sir, because you know what you talk about. You can stand 10 toes down when you believe what you think and believe, because that's what it's all about anyway. In the end, it's always going to come down to the dog anyway. We got working in our favor, both of us, is we understand history. And that is the key point that I try to explain to these gentlemen when I first started this shit. In order to understand what great looked like, you got to have seen it or had it. You know?
Yes, sir.
Me, myself, I got to say, I enjoyed you. Man. You need to come over here and let me stay at home and come take and sit and hang in there and hang out with Mike. Might be dragging me in here.
Yeah. I was down in Orlando last month. I'm like, man, I'm gonna get the twins. Let me see if I can swing through a chapter over with them. But me and my family went down to the Universal Studio. Just get away for a little while.
Man, you let us know you there.
You know, I got family up in Orlando. Give me a reason to go all the way up there and see them. You know what I mean? You could just anytime you're around, man. Just hit that number up, man. We don't mind coming to wherever you at.
Yes, sir.
To me, I always find it a pleasure to get out there and meet my fellow dog man. And you enjoy this sun when it's here.
Yeah.
I can talk dogs all day.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, you the perfect one. You the main reason why we here at 2:00.
Mm-hmm.
Main reason why we here at 2:00.
My girl done already called me.
Yes, sir.
And I did not answer the phone. Mike had to let her know I'm still doing the show. So.
And you still talking, though. I'm trying to get you out of here.
I know.
Everybody out there is still hanging out, man, with us. I know it's 24 of y'all out there.
So you gotta give Mr. Jones some thumbs up here, y'all.
How many does say with it? 23 out there. Hey, man. It only takes 10 people to make it look good. Give me them damn thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. To the almighty 24. Give me them muscles. 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 And to them 24. Give yourself some damn roses. Roses. We need them damn roses.
Show him the love.
Show my man Bulldog the love, man. Show him the love.
Thank y'all guys for hanging out with us tonight, fellas. We really, really, really appreciate y'all hanging out with us tonight, man. I hope y'all learned something. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Too bad y'all missed them pedigrees, man. We really broke that down, sit down tonight, and we gave y'all very little on the screen. But guess what? You heard the names, you heard the dogs, you got rewind, you got stop, pause to go back to those pedigrees and try to do the study and pick up where we was at. Even though you didn't see the pedigrees, you can always go back and replay it. There's a lot of lessons in there that we showed y'all tonight. I hope y'all enjoyed it, and I hope y'all go back through there and pick up where we left off.
I think in the chat, for anybody who's seen this video, and we have the GoFundMe page for my little niece. You know what I'm saying? If you want to donate something to the cause, it's always going to be appreciated. Again, it's not a matter of how much you give, it's the fact that you give. And that's what's going to be appreciated more than anything. So help out for a cause. You know, I don't ask this much, but when I do, y'all always come through. Yes, this is one of those special moments. So don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to keep showing the love.
And in the matter of the midst of shit going down, just make sure that when you pull yourself into that corner and shit is getting rough, you got something to count on. Believe in what you got before you get there. Don't come in there thinking you know.
You better come in there acting like you know.
You better come in there acting like you know. Don't come in there thinking. I say, man, how your dog? She alright. What you mean she alright? Oh, Lord. I come in, this nigga, the twin, what you bringing tonight? Some shit to kill with? I'm confident. And then people used to think I was snobby, but Mike tell you, I go in the battle mode. You ain't supposed to talk to me, you supposed to talk to him. I'm brave, go ask him.
You know all the damn shit about me. Don't ask me shit. You asking me, folks. Y'all know the twin. Y'all know what you talking? You talking dog to Mike? People used to be laughing. You trying to talk dog to Mike?
You talking to the wall, man.
You talking to the wrong one, man. You talking to a wall.
You gotta go talk to Mo.
Mo busy right now.
Right. Play me for a minute, Mike. I gotta go do something.
I'm trying to tell you, no, I'm not gonna sit there and study a damn pedigree when I got him. You feel me, bro? It don't make no sense to me. Why we both gotta do it? Hey, look, fellas, for all you ones out there that's hitting them like buttons, hitting them love buttons, and all them roses and everything, big shout out to y'all. And while we at it, for the ones who out there who haven't done it, get up on your JLB. Even if it can't be but one rose, one muscle, you know what I mean? One thumbs up, all that's going to be appreciated. As we get out of here, let me do this right quick. When we talk about these bulldogs, y'all, we talk about these bulldogs because it's our life. We can always tell you and share with you our experience and our knowledge and try to put you in the direction based on something that has already done. You might hear it, you might disagree with it, but one thing you can't change, that is the fact of the matter. It is what it is, because you can't change nothing back there. Accept it, take advantage of what you learn from it, and then take it and use it for yourself. The way you're going to find out if it's about what we say it's about, do what we say everybody else is doing. That's all we did. That's why we can always go back to our dogs. And you notice we never dismiss with one thing. We had experience and been around enough people to see just how this game works. We deal with the quality of the breed, not the quantity of the damn breed. The quality. Let's don't get that twisted. The best thing we got going for us, the best thing for us and these dogs, and Jonesy, you know what I'm talking about. We always, we always, I mean, as real dog men with real dogs. Check it out, we always, damn it, scratch win. Shit, that's a, hey, ain't nobody talk about it if it ain't something to talk about. Right, gotta have something to talk about. It better be something worthy of talking about. You know what, you better do something right. You better be about it. Be about it. Be talking about it. Be about it. Be about it. When you open your mouth, know what you talk about and have your receipts.
Just don't want to say something you don't have no receipts. It doesn't look good. Don't get mad at us when we get on. You got to say the not what we say, but you ain't got no receipt to cover what you think.
And that's that, man. It ain't always about selling at all. You know, if you look over the history of dogs we talk about, man, they actually did have a plan. And we try to tell y'all the plan because the damn plan worked. All we did is implement things that other people was already doing. Trying to take the best to the best based on the way they were thinking and the way we understood that they were thinking, because we understood how this game worked. And guess what? We weren't the only ones doing it, as you can see. So take this knowledge, understand what great really means when it comes down to the American Pit Bull Terrier. You can be great at breeding, you can be great at the match situation, but you can't be the greatest without being both. And that list is a very short list, gentlemen. It's a very short list. And that's the list that we just try to explain to you. You can't change history. It is what it is. Red boy! I would just say it, man. No, I ain't gonna say red boy, because
historians. Bring something to the table. Let's talk about it. Y'all know the number, 813-298-3643. Give me a call. We'll set something up and we'll debate the matter. Tuesday, the legendary Richard Hoffman will be here to discuss his legendary activity. Look out for it. Look forward to it. Until then, man, y'all stay safe. Enjoy your weekend. And we'll see y'all Tuesday. Big shout out to my man, Bro Dog, representing in the house. Trust me, y'all. You go ahead and hit the like buttons and the muscles and the thumbs up. He'll be back, right, man? Okay, that's what I want to hear, baby. That's right. Till then, man, y'all stay safe. I'm out of here. And thank you, big bro.